Hello, hello, hello. Give me a ones in the chat if you guys can hear me. I'll put on the sound, turn off the sound. It just goes crazy. I see some ones. All right, I got some ones. Cool. Cool beans, cool beans. I got some can't hear ya. Hopefully the sound is okay. Yeah. Try to adjust my microphone a little bit. What did you guys think about this damn show tonight? Ah, was it a header? Was it a banger? Was it a snooze fest? Let a player know. Just put it in the chat whether you thought it was a great show, it was very informative, whether it was a snooze fest. Somebody said, hold on. Mary equals ATM. Yeah. I agree with that. Like one of the sad things about this whole particular scenario is how Mary is treated in this situation. Like she's getting dogged out. Like she has a rough way to go. What is this? Snooze fest and 10 minutes of content week to week. Yeah, Kathy Ferran. Let's see. Somebody said lots of stuff. Okay. Lots of stuff to see tonight. We'll need to rewatch again. Um, I have to rewatch it just because I have the show tomorrow night with Sarah from Reality Squad. So yeah, and we will be doing some stuff this week. So stay tuned. If you're not yet subscribed with the bell rung, now is the time to do it because we got some stuff popping this week. So yeah, something to look forward to. We'll be doing some lives midweek. We'll just say that. Hello. So that's exciting. We have I'm not gonna go crazy tonight. At least I'm gonna try not to go crazy. I'm gonna try to hold myself, hold my tongue. Because some people think that James, you get to talk about the McMansion, the shit show chateau, the new $2.1 million mansion that Kody and Robin bought, and you start losing your mind. And I'm not gonna disagree. Blood pressure be high as hell. Um, the one thing that I will notice right off the rip, when Kody went out and met that gentleman out on Coyote Pass, if you notice that when he was talking to the real estate agent, what did he say? He said, how did they meet? How did Kody meet the real estate agent? He said that Kody came bopping in with the curls, flip flopping, jip jopping, little kitch in his giddy up, as they say, comes in. And Kody was already looking for properties. That's how he got hooked up with this real estate agent. Now, I would ask myself, especially in light of the new news, does this mean that Kody and Robin had already started looking for a new house? Because remember, they had already started complaining about the old McMansion, and they had started talking about how it wasn't fair and how it had too many memories, and Kody wanted to move. So, was the real estate agent part of that deal? And I'm not going to excuse the fact that, I mean, we have to keep in mind that, why was Kody looking for a new house? Was it the memories? No, it probably could have been the fact that he dropped a damn tree on the house and he didn't have the money to fix it and didn't know how to fix it or where to go. So he's just trying to offload, his problems to somebody else, which happens. This is why, just little pro tip, for real estate buying cars. If you ever buy a car or you ever do real estate, make sure you get somebody to look at your car, your real estate. Somebody who know what they're doing. Because you'll be like, wow, this house is beautiful. This house is beautiful. Look at the view. I mean, it looks like somebody just cut a rando ass tree down, but you can see the mountains from the balcony. Yeah, the balcony that this asshole dropped a tree on and will probably kill you if you go out there and you are any more than like 110 pounds. You will fall from the balcony. So, you know, I don't know. But the whole Coyote Pass conversation, to be honest with you, had me pissed the whole time. Like that Coyote Pass conversation is just crazy to me. You know, it's just it's just when I watch it, it just annoys me to no end. And it's like a constant like source of pain for me because he's screwing them over. And he's out meeting with people and they're asking about it. It's not like they're not asking about it or inquiring about it. They're asking him, hey, what's going on with the property? Hey, what's happening with it? Hey, we're gonna meet with somebody. Hey, we selling it. Hey, how we doing with it? Nobody plans on moving out there. So what are we doing with the property? And Kody, it's none of your business. What did he say? He said something to the effect of, uh, I'll contact you when it concerns you. Excuse me. Excuse me. I put my money on this. This is my money too. You know what I mean? Like Kody say, like, oh, I was trying to be nice. He say shit like I'm trying to be Christian. I'm trying to be Christian. I'm trying to be a Christian. But I'm telling you, Kody be saying shit, boy. Big mother. I had to pull up on him. I'd had to pull up on his ass. Man, you can't be telling me about my money. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll contact you when it's dealing with you. Anything happening on that land deals with me. I don't know why in the world, like I do know why. Like we can get into the whole excuse of it's the way they was brought up and this. But see, this is the shit I be talking about though. Let's get fucking real. We're gonna talk about it for real. We're gonna talk about it for real. I just hit that snap point. We're gonna talk about it for real. We can sit here and make all the excuses in the world as to why these women are the way they are and they grew up like this and this is how it was in a church. But this is exactly why they're getting screwed over when it comes to Coyote Pass. Mary said it tonight. She said, what did she say? Oh, well, when I was coming up, I was taught to trust in men and go for a man who's going to lead me and guide me and look out for me and do everything for me so I don't have to make no decisions for myself. This is what it looks like when you have somebody out there making decisions for you without your best interest in mind. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. And if you went along with it, this is the biggest problem. We can sit here and bullshit with it all we want. But if the truth of the matter is, if you went along with it and he gave you 1/4 of the land out of 14 acres, he gave you 1.8 acres. 1.8 acres. You've been pouring money into this family the entire 30 years you've been a part of this family, and you agreed to that? I don't give a shit how you were brought up because when you get to court, the judge don't look at it and say, well, if we take into consideration how she was raised, that's not what happens. The judge is just going to look at it and say, okay, well, where's your name at? It's on this one piece of property. Okay, we divide that down by 4 people or 3 people because it's Kody, Robin, or Kody, technically Robin in parens, even though she's not listed, she's part of Kody's part. So it's Kody and Robin, Janelle, Mary. Mary is legally only entitled to 1.8 acres of Coyote Pass, irrespective of how much money she put into it. And when you say that you playing these games with this mofo, oh, well, I just gonna make you wait. I'm not gonna say nothing. I call you when I call you. I get back up with you. And you sit on your ass and you wait because you don't want to cause no problems. You don't want to create no issues. Let me tell you something, sister. If you sit on your ass and you let this go for too long, the shit get too long in the tooth, you have what's called a tacit agreement. You agreed to it. This is agreement now. Because if it was a problem, you should have said something from the beginning. Like I said, y'all should have gave this motherfucker no money. He shouldn't have got jack shit. When you sat down at the table and you brought your check and all of a sudden it was the check plus one, you were the plus one at their house and you sat down there and wrote that check out, you should have insisted at that time that we changed all the deeds on the property to include every member of the person, every member of this little consortium that we have that's included in the land. Sorry, going off on it. We're going to talk about it. If we're going to talk about it, y'all want to talk about it, we're going to talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm at the point now where they're doing like the refurb and we're going to keep talking about it. We're going to keep going over the same thing. We're going to keep discussing the same issues. And then I get like I see the little side comments from the cast who put out little TikToks and Instagrams talking about you don't know my situation. You don't understand me. I don't have to understand you. I don't have to understand you. I understand what I understand. And what I understand is if you weren't smart enough to put your name on all those properties, he is going to fuck you. You're going to get screwed out of your property. You're going to get screwed. And you can hire all the lawyers you want, but you better start doing something. Because if you sit on your hands and you wait for it to turn out right because we're all going to be friends, and Kody wouldn't do that to me because we've been together for 30 years, you're the only one who gives a shit about the 30 years. Robin talks about it. Oh, he was together with them for 30 years. For 30 years, they was together making decisions. And she does all that bullshit, but at the end of the day, Robin don't care. You know why? Because her pockets are getting fatter every minute she sits back. Her pocket's getting fat. She can sit there and try to play dumb all she wants, but she is getting paid. And you guys are the ones paying her. You're the one. This is like you go out with your friends to get something to eat, right? And you sitting there eating the soup and the salad, filling yourself up with the free bread. Oh, can I get some more bread with some butter, please? Yes. Would you like something to drink with that? Can I get some water? Would you like flat or sparkling? Tap or the bottled water? Good bottled water. I'll take the tap, please. Take the flat. Okay. And these two are sitting there ordering the whole right side of the menu. The side where all expensive shit is, by the way. Where you steak, lobster, shrimp scampi, all that. Can I get 2 steaks? I want 1 to go. I want 3 lobsters because I'm gonna take 2 home for the kids. Yeah, what you got for the door in the way of dessert? Y'all take a whole cake. Don't even bother cutting it. Just put it in a box because I'll be taking that too. You guys have any Dom Perignon? Don't know Dom? Let me get some of that Moscato. Yeah, what? Hell no. And then at the end of the meal, he sit there and hand you the tab. Or when a bill come, he all of a sudden he gotta go to the bathroom, and Robin don't know shit. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what was happening. Oh my god, I'm so confused. All that bullshit. Like, come on, man. These ladies be getting me fired up. And then let's put it all the way in a stack. Let's put it all the way to a stack. You know why Christine went down and filed for child support? I thought that, like, if originally I was like, okay, maybe she got slick. You want to give truly some time in Arizona to get settled in, give her a couple years there. So, because technically you did take her from Arizona. So give her a little time in Utah, let her get settled in, wait till she hits 14 and she have a say, stuff like that. But you know what I really think it is? I think it might have been all that too. But what I really think it was, I think it was David. Holla at your boy. I think it was David. I think David, because I can tell you now, if I was sitting there in David's position and I'm with a woman and she has younger children, oh, this motherfucker need to pay too. Oh, no. Ain't no free rides. There's no, I don't want to create no problems with him. Fuck him. Okay. We need to go ahead and get you we need to get you hooked up because it's not for you. Okay. This money, the money that you're putting in towards your child, fantastic. You got it. Awesome. Put it towards your child. Education, activities, clothes, whatever. Nights out, vacations. Cool. But this mug? Oh, no. You don't get to push a kid up in you and then he walk away buying land, cheating people out of fucking money, doing all this wild stuff, living his best life, and he got to kick in for this? Oh, no. What's right is right. What's wrong is wrong. If you make a baby, you take care of a baby. So whether he see truly or not, he needs to start stroking up some checks. Straight up. And I think that's what happened. I'm gonna call it what I think. I'm done with the dumb shit. Like you know what? I hit that point. Like I'm done with it. At first, I was gonna come down and I was gonna try to be cool about it, but I'm done with the dumb shit. Oh, they still trying to push that. Oh, we ran away from Utah. You know why you left Utah? And I got a question. Mary, Christine, Janelle, riddle me this, and I'm asking you because I know you watch my shit. I'm asking you directly. I'm calling you out and I'm asking you. When they asked you to move to you from Utah to Nevada. And maybe you don't want to say it now because it kind of messes with TLC and because of NDA. I don't know. But when you were asked to move, if you genuinely believed that Utah was coming after you, you genuinely believe that. And I'm telling you that that's not how the system works. I'm telling you, you go call one of these lawyers and ask any one of the lawyers you're dealing with. Ask for a free consultation. Walk into the lawyer's office. Lawyer man, I got a question for you. First of all, when was the last time somebody was prosecuted for polygamy in the state of Utah? Just for polygamy. Polygamy not connected as a secondary charge connected to welfare fraud, child support fraud, or anything like that. When was the last time the state of Utah kicked in a door for families not connected to, like, people inappropriate relationships? I'm talking about they just looked and said, look, this dude got 4 wives, this is ridiculous, let's go get his ass. When was the last time they did that? 1950, 1954, somewhere around there. They're not going to just all of a sudden start locking up people on a hit TV show. No DA is doing that. I can see him threatening you if you guys don't do this because you're making us look bad. But at the same time, I can also see a world where if this is a popular show and the show is doing really well, the last thing you want to do as a DA is make these people martyrs. You don't want to prosecute them, and America is fascinated with these people because the first thing they're going to do is slap it all over. They're already on Oprah. They're already on Good Morning America. They're already doing The View and these other shows. I don't know if they did The View. I know they did I think they did like Joy Behar right before she was on The View. But they're doing all these other shows. You think if they get prosecuted, these people aren't going to pull them on the show? They're not going to be on 60 Minutes trashing your office and destroying any political aspirations you have as DA, and the governor's going to get thrown under the bus? You don't think that's going to happen? I don't know. I don't believe that that's what was going on. Like I said, they might have did a backroom deal. If you don't get up out of town, we're going to prosecute. But that would have been some bullshit. Here's my question to you folks, to you ladies, and you guys can answer in the chat. Do you think for a minute that maybe the question that maybe we should start asking how you ladies heard about the prosecutions? That's my question. Who told you that the state of Utah is coming for you? Who told you that? Where'd you hear that from? Did you hear that from you were all sitting in a room and you had the phone out and it was on speaker and the DA or your lawyer said, yeah, they coming to get your ass, you better get up out of town? Or was this a conversation where you guys were sitting around and kind of like what's happening on Coyote Pass right now? Kody went off to his secret lonesome and had these conversations, and he came back and he was reporting what he heard. Because if it's that, I got a question for you, because here's something that I observed or something I thought about. And I haven't really said it, but I'm going to say it now because I'm at the point where I'm fresh out to give a damn. Here's my thing. And here's my theory. It's just a theory. And it's a question. Doesn't it seem a little freaking weird to anybody else other than me that Robin moves from where the fuck she was down to Utah, Lehigh, Utah, pardon my French, but it's going to be one of those kind of nights. Move down to Utah, Lehigh, Utah, right, to be with the family, so she's living around the corner. And what happened as soon as they get out to Las Vegas? They split the family up. They all go their different ways. She's living around the corner. All the family is basically living in the house. You don't think Robin was jealous that these women could, anytime Kody stays at Mary, Janelle, or Christine's house, he's essentially under the same roof. So any one of the 3 wives could see him during the course of that time. Any one of them could see him at that time. So if she's sitting there, she's saying to herself, well, why is it that I only get them for one night? And they get to see you every 2-3 days a week, or 4 days a week. That's not fair. I only get you one night. In addition to that, if he did want to spend more time at Robin's house? How do you sneak out of the house where you stand with your other 3 wives and spend the night out or spend a day out? If you got time off, time away, whatever the case may be, it's easier to track you down when you're under the same roof. So now all of a sudden you move from Utah, where you guys were all under one roof, out to Vegas, where you guys are all over Las Vegas. You guys are spread out all over the city of Las Vegas. Now, none of these women have any idea where you are or what's going on, what time you're going to be back, or where you spending your night. I'm willing to bet that while Kody and them was out there in Las Vegas when they first got out there, Kody was probably spending, if he wasn't spending 2 nights at Robin's damn house back to back, or at least twice a week, he was over there during the course of the day. So he's off, none of them are working, none of them have 9-to-5 jobs. But all of a sudden, where's Kody at? He's not at Christine's house. He's not at Mary's house, not at Janelle's house. Oh, he's over there kicking his feet up at Robin's crib, getting that honeymoon experience. Like, get the hell out of here, dude. And so they telling that lie again. They talking about that. Refresh that lie. At least we're not running out of Utah. I don't think you ran out of Utah in the first place. 1, 2. I'm kind of questioning whether you guys were in on it or you guys got fooled. Which goes back to the whole idea of Coyote Pass. This dude has been lying to you for 30 damn years. He's been lying to you. Let me say this one more again. Church, I'm going to say this one more time. He's been lying to you in your face for the last 30 years. Every time he want to do something, Christine, all of a sudden they got this moment of clarity after they lead a relationship. Oh, well, you know, somehow they see the truth now. For the last 30 years, anything he want to do, he figure out how to do it. When she want to do something, one of the other wives want to do something that he don't want to do, he stall them out. Now all of a sudden, y'all gonna trust him when it comes to this property and this investment? Part of the reason why he's in a position he's in is because you allowed him to be in that position. Sorry, not fucking sorry. That's the way it works. You can sit there and say it's not fair, it's the way they were brought up. Cool. That's fine. That's the way they were brought up. But at the end of the day, they gave him the ability to do it, and he damn sure took advantage of it. And that's why he's able to do what he's able to do. Because you turn over all rights and responsibilities over to this Nimrod who's not looking out for you. Terrible businessman. No clue what he wants to do. Oh, I want to build like a bigger old house. I don't even know why that's a fucking thing. Why would you want to build a big ass house knowing full well that you can't stay anywhere? You can't rest your bones for more than 5 years in any location. You can't stay anywhere longer than 5 years, 5, 6 years. And then you got to move like a hot potato. You got to be up and out. Why would you build a home on 14 acres of land that is completely unsellable? Why would you do that? That's the dumbest shit you could possibly. Like, do you have CTE? Did you and Robin have that motorcycle accident? Like, she went up one hill, you went up the other hill, and both y'all crashed? Because that's the only way this would make sense. The only way it makes sense for you to build that kind of property is if you plan on holding on to it for generations. This is just basically going to be a vacation place, a home for us as a family. And then as the kids grow up and move out, they can use this as a vacation home amongst the grandchildren, amongst the family. Because that property would be wholly unsellable. Because even then, you can't divide, like they don't let you do the divisions, like the subdivisions within the property to turn it into an apartment building or anything like that up there on Coyote Pass, because they have property restrictions, zoning restrictions. So that's not a thing. So it's not like you can, we're just going to put good doors on the front of it, and then all of a sudden it's an apartment building, and then you have the common. That's not a thing. Let me just, I saw some super chats come through. I'm gonna take a break. We're gonna read some of these super chats. Daisy Reyes in the house. What's up, Daisy Reyes? $1.99 super chat. Don't nobody give a fuck about Kody's harem. He lies. This is true. Kody lies like a son bitch, and it pisses me off to no end. Especially, it doesn't. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Here's my thing. It doesn't make me angry. Well, what gets me isn't the fact that he's lying or he's dishonest. I mean, that is what the hell it is. I could deal with that. But it's just that like the dumbass lies he's telling. And then when you tell somebody who's been investing money, you know, you tell somebody who's been investing money, don't worry about it. I get up with, I'm telling you, that's how shit go down. Like you can't tell people, don't worry about my money. I'm not gonna worry about my money. You don't worry about your money. Okay. If you don't want me to have part of the land, you buy me out. You gonna sit there and say you don't have the money to buy me out, then we need to sell the land, all of it, and divide it up 4 ways. And if we're not going to do that, we need to have that conversation too. But Kody's in a situation, because I'm looking at the previews, he's in a situation where him and Robin, they're enjoying that little bit of land. They go out there and they play on it. It's a playground for them. They take their little ATVs out, they run them up and down, they jump and ramp jump and ride their little ATVs and pocket bikes. Yeah, you guys have $1 million fucking playground sitting out there that these other women have helped contribute to. And then they're going to turn around and tell them that it's none of your damn business. Are you out your mind? Are you out your mind? There's no way. And people will sit there and say, James, you getting all mad about this stuff. It's just reality TV. Look, I'm going to tell you like this. There's not, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Oh, this is woman stuff. I'm going to tell you like this. There's not a man in the world who would sit there and play this bullshit. There's not one person I know that would play this game. There's the women I know, the women I deal with, that I couldn't imagine you sit up here doing this shit to them. Oh, yeah, girl, don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Shit. What? It makes some phone calls on your ass. I don't know anybody who would sit there and do this stuff. And maybe they doing it for the benefit of the show because it's just high drama, but it's got y'all looking like clowns. It got y'all looking like straight clowns because and you questioning whether you gonna go get an attorney or not. I don't know if I should. I don't know. The second you got that email back, or you send an email and you don't hear from him for like 3-4 weeks, 6 months, or some shit like that, you need to be talking to an attorney. What we need to do to get my money up out of this, we need some separation. Because please, you play with my money, you play with my emotions. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I know everybody's supposed to be rich, but there's principles behind this. There's principalities involved with this. Like, you can't take me for $200,000-$300,000. You know what I mean? 300 stacks. You just gonna walk around like that's not a big deal? Maybe it's not a big deal to y'all, but to me, that's a lot of money. $300,000, $200,000-$300,000, and you gonna walk around and try to play me short? Oh yeah, no. You don't answer my emails. Don't answer my emails. I'll pull up on your front lawn. That's straight up. We're gonna have a conversation. Daisy Reyes with another $1.99 super chat. Yes, wives acting slow about Kody. They're at fault too. Yep. I'm look, I'm trying to be, I want to say I'm trying to be sensitive. I understand that this is how they were raised. I understand that there are issues with people's upbringing. But at the same time, when we sit here and make excuses and say, well, James, you got to understand that Mary, Christine, and Janelle were brought up in this kind of church, and this is how the women are taught, and blah, blah, blah. The men are also taught these things. The men are also taught to take advantage of these women the way they do. So should we let Kody off the hook? It's not Kody's fault. This is the way he grew up. He grew up, his dad owned a ranch. He worked his mom to death. He worked his mom all day long. Then Kody's dad went to his mom, went to Kody's mom, looked her in the face and said, I want to start bringing other women in the house. And then Kody was away at doing a mission for the Mormons. And when he get back, his dad got another mom sitting there. And let's not forget that the Mormon faith as a whole is not the most progressive faith in the world either. especially in Utah. No disrespect, but it is what it is. When you start talking about like all these like trad wives and the trad wife movement, that's based out of Utah. The idea that, oh, I'm gonna get a man and he's gonna take care of me, and I'm gonna be 17 years old and I'm looking for a husband, so somebody who's gonna take care of me, even though, like, was it the story of the trad wife who was in a traditional Mormon? She wasn't a polygamist, she wasn't part of the AUB traditional LDS church. She had a successful business, come out, was taking a couple classes in college, told not to go to college because she needed to get ready for a husband. She went out and started a successful windshield business. That business started making money, but it was making more money than the guy she was dating, the guy who's going to be her husband. So the leader of the church told that young lady, you need to give up that business and turn it over to your husband because he needs to be the leader of the family. Then he became the leader of the family. Then after he divorced her and he stripped and hid all the money and he divorced her, and some other things happened. She started another business, was making good money, made 6 figures. He bought her ass a piano. Then he divorced her. My fault. So after he divorced her and took all the money, she couldn't even get a job working for a windshield place, even though she built a successful business doing it. So yeah, Kody got all the excuses in the world too. We gonna start pardoning him. Hey, when he talks shit to these women and he treat them all fucked up, hey, it's not his fault. That's just the way he was raised. Are we doing that too? I bet you we not. So let's cut the bullshit. Let's cut it. Like, let's be real about it. Let's be straight up. Like, if I'm not saying that how you're raised and the input that you have coming up and how you grow up it does not an impact on how you see the world and your worldview. I 100% believe that. I ascribe to it, etc., etc. However, like my dad told me, you got all the shit in the world that could be against you. You got all kinds of obstacles when you come into the world. But guess what? Everybody got to carry their own goddamn water. You got to carry your own water. I don't care what your issue is. You're too tall, you're too short, you're too fat, you're too black, you're too white, you're a man, you're a woman, somebody don't like you because you're too happy, too sad, whatever the case may be, whatever your obstacle is. There's going to be people out there who are going to discriminate you, push you, whatever the case may be, try to take advantage of you, screw you over, whatever it is. But you got to realize that despite all those things, you got to carry your own water. So we can blame everything else as to why this happened and try to understand it, which is a thing. I get that and I can understand that. But at the same time, I'm watching these folks get taken advantage of. And to be honest with you, it's not even so much just Mary Christine and Janelle that I have this feeling for. I have a problem because they represent a large swath of their community. I'm not crying for Michelle, for Mary, Christine, or Janelle. You hear Christine? She's sitting around talking about, oh baby, I bought me a house and my husband just told me to do it. Which one of y'all husbands is telling y'all to just go ahead and buy a house? Oh yeah, girl, just go ahead and do that shit. You take care of it. You want a house? Go do it. I can't go out and just, tell my wife, oh yeah, babe, you want a vacation home? Do that shit. Do it. I can't do that to her. Right? Most people are like me, and I'm like most people. We got to figure it out and work it out. So I'm not in a position that they in. I'm not worried about Christine, Mary, and Janelle because they'll be fine. Because even though we talk about Coyote passing the ridiculousness of it, the truth of the matter is they'll be fine. They're probably millionaires at best. They might be millionaires. That's my suspicion. If they're not millionaires, you guys messed your money up because you should be millionaires because you made millions of dollars doing this show. I'm talking about, and I'm talking to the young lady who's sitting in Utah right now who's not connected to a TV show. Okay, you don't have to sit there and let your circumstances determine what your future look like. You don't have to fall for that. You don't have to sit there like, look, oh, James, you just say that it's easier said than done. All that bullshit. Guess what? Somebody got to say it, though. Somebody got to say it. We can't just sit around and pretend like, oh, I don't want to hurt their feelings, so I'm not going to tell them the truth. Oh, don't say nothing to Kody because I don't want you guys to get pissed. No, say something to his ass. Go to talk to an attorney. Isn't that what Mary is doing now? She doesn't want to go talk to an attorney and assert her rights when it comes to her financial investment and support because she doesn't want to create any waves. She doesn't want to cause any problems. Guess what? You don't have to cause any problems because when people mean to do you harm, your willingness to defend yourself plays no part in whether they're going to do you harm. If I walk down the street and I see three big ass beefy dudes walking down the street the opposite direction, and those three gentlemen mean to do me harm, they are there to hurt me. It doesn't matter whether I'm nice to them and I try to talk it out with them. And come on, guys, we can all be friends. Why are we having disagreements? No, can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? None of that shit matters. It don't matter how hard when they attack me. It don't matter how hard I hit them, whether I kick them, whether I trip them, whether I try to kick them in the go-go's, the go-nados. None of that matters. None of that matters because they already there to hurt me. Kody is already trying to screw Mary over. It don't matter whether she's on his good side or not. The only difference with her being on his good side is that when he screws her over, he's going to smile in her face and say, sorry. It is what it is, Mary. That's the only difference. He's just going to smile at him when he do it. But thank you so much, Daisy. I'm going to go ahead and hook you up with a little something, something. I appreciate that. And thanks for riding with me while I'm going on this rant. All right. All right. We got we're going for a little bit. Ty, what's going on? Episode should be called Kody's Lies. Lies. I can't believe a word you say. Hold on a second. I got something for you. Yeah, because Kody be telling them dumbass lies. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, look out for you guys. I'm going to be your friend. Kody is not your friend. Okay? Hide your kids, hide your wife, because this motherfucker is not your friend. He is trying to pick your pocket. All right? And that's what it is. Like, don't let them, friends don't let friends get taken advantage of. Straight up. And this dude is taking advantage of you. And that's the part that, like I said, that's the part that has me annoyed. Oh, where's my thing at? Because he's doing like he's saying all this stuff, and like I said, he prospers and he wins because everybody is trying to you know take it easy. They don't want to create any waves, and they're trying to keep the family and stuff together. He is taking advantage of the fact that you are so concerned with trying to keep the family together and trying to not to create waves because he has no problem creating waves. He has no problem throwing you under the bus. He has no problem saying what he needs to say, doing what he needs to do, telling you whatever lie he needs to tell you so that he can get what he wants to get out of the situation. He has zero problem doing that shit. Zero problems. So I can't find it. I'm gonna find it for you, Ty. But thank you so much, Ty. I appreciate you. Because that is crazy. Hold on one second, Ty. Because we can, I mean, like I said, we'll sit there. Oh, Kody is a nice guy. He is not a nice guy. YouTube is my time machine. $5 super chat. It made my blood boil when he referred to this as doing them a favor. Right. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Kody got the right ones. Yeah, he did. Thank you. You right about that shit. You got the right ones. Because if you'd have said, when it come to my money, my investment, not a gift, you're not giving me shit. I'm not, what? Guys, I don't want to do you no favors by informing you what I'm doing with your hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of investments. Sir, sir. And I'm not even like, look, I don't know. I will be talking to some folks. I will be talking to some people because it doesn't have to go to a violent route. It don't. But you should definitely be talking to an attorney. Okay, fine. You want to play me off, and I understand. Like at first, you might want to do the nice person stuff. Like, okay, we all family. We could try to work it out, and we'll try to be on the same page, etc., etc., etc. I'm not liking my beard anymore, but we gonna work it out, etc., etc. But the second you start talking about you doing me a favor, or you not returning phone calls. Okay. That lets me know that you need to talk to somebody who don't have nothing that you can't sit there and bullshit with, because you're not going to tell a lawyer that you doing me a favor with my money. That's not what's going to happen. So, you know what I mean? Tricks are for kids. Like you can play that game later, but I'm telling you, like it's not going down like you think it's going to go down. So I appreciate you. YouTube is my time machine, because you right about that. When he said that favor stuff, I was like, what? I was sitting there watching the show with my wife tonight. And we said, what? Favor? Oh, favor. Oh, this the flavor they savor down here, neighbor. Because, I will be over at your crib. Like, what are you talking about? You trying to invite me over? You talking about you doing me a favor with my investment money? And that's how I know that Kody's like, the fact that he's such a poor payer and he doesn't take care of his business lets me know what kind of businessman that he is. Like, you have this investment. This isn't a friendly thing. This is business. And you can't separate. And this is why it's so dumb. Like the whole, he's a manly man and he's a alpha male and all that bullshit. You can't separate your emotions, because that's what these guys in the manosphere say. The men are leaders because they're more logical, and these women are more emotional and blah, blah, blah. But you can't separate your emotions because you can't handle your business. You are not TCB, and that's taking care of business. You're not taking care of your business. If these women invested their money and they put money on the barrelhead for you to be able to invest in this property, that has nothing to do with your family. The fact that you out there talking to your real estate about all your fucking problems, I don't give a shit, dude. I don't care that your wives left you. I can see this land, and when I sell it, I'm going to sell the land. They don't care about the story. I'm gonna tell you from my personal experience. And when I go out and I went out and I bought a house, we and my lady, we bought a house. I didn't care about their story. The only story I care about is if you tell me that, like, oh yeah, there was an axe murderer used to live here, came in, wiped the family out, and they never caught him. That's the story I want to hear. Okay. If it's not that, I don't want to hear no stories about how they got married and they had hopes and dreams and it didn't work out. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't give a shit if you're okay, great. It didn't work out. Does that mean because I almost jumped the gun a little bit, but here's the whole thing. If you tell that kind of story and I'm purchasing the land, or I'm interested in buying it, and you're telling the kind of story that, oh, they were all happily and then they got some trouble and they started to struggle a little bit, and now they're all in the situation where you got 4 people and 3 of the people hate the other 2 people and all that other stuff. Look, does that mean that this house is going for a discount? Because that's what I hear. I hear discount days. If you're telling me that these people have this property that they're all invested in, and they've gotten divorced, and they're all afraid they're going to screw each other over because they don't trust each other, that tells me that you guys are looking towards getting out from under this property, which means that I can get the property for less. It's the shit. Like, this is a dumbass negotiation tactic. Once again, illustrating why Kody is such a bad businessman. This is terrible. You don't tell people that. The only thing worse than that is like, we got to sell it because we about to lose this. Like, that's the only thing worse than what Kody is talking about. But thank you so much. YouTube is my time machine. Let me get a little something. Talking so much crap. Sorry, back it up on me. I got Hunter wanted to give me this.
Settle down, Johnny Appleseed.
Thank you, Hunter. Thank you, Hunter. All right, Megatron, not Megatron. Oh wow, it's a long night. Megatron, $2 super chat. My brother loved Megatron. That's what I gave him Megatron for a couple Christmases ago. He called Jen a B. Kody needs to meet hot grits, hot grits. I didn't say hot girls. I'm having trouble reading tonight, but Kody needs to meet some hot grits. Called Jen a B. Look, I want to do a video about that this week. I saw some other creators had that, and I'm gonna tell you, and this, clearly this comes from a position of privilege. Um, the fact Kody called Jen and probably the woman from Vegas and the other ones, because Cody's seen the videos, like he's seen that footage where they were sitting there talking crap about him, and clearly he's not happy about it, right? So when in a great sphere of things, Kody calling them a B, I'll be willing to bet that these ladies have probably called Kody much worse. They probably called that man everything but a child of God. Like, you know what I mean? They called him every name under the book. So they can sit there and name call each other. But here's the thing, Kody, you might be mad at her, and maybe she's a biatch. But is she wrong? Because that's the only thing, to me, that's the only thing that matters. I get the disrespect. I get it. But is she wrong? Was she wrong in any assessment that she made on video? The video that they would have showed you, was she incorrect? Did she misdiagnose, or did she have a poor assessment as far as the information she received? Was it incorrect? Did she say, was she giving bad advice? Was she saying that, these are things that should be concerned about? She said stuff that I've said. So, I mean, I'll if you don't want to, Kody don't want to sit there and have a conversation with Jen, I understand that. But if you want to have a conversation with an alpha male and all that bullshit, if you want to talk to another guy about it, I am more than willing to talk and have a discussion with Kody about the stuff that we've seen on the screen and how it was perceived, including like the whole if you feel like we are not getting together on Kody Pass, Kody, Mary, and Robin. It's part of our sacred covenant. Our sacred covenant, Robin, that if I'm not attracted to you, that we will not continue. That conversation, in my opinion, was based off of a conversation that you had with Robin talking about Mary's ass, specifically about Mary and possibly about the other two. This isn't a conversation that just came out of the blue. That if you don't love me, you gonna break up with me. No, this is a conversation he had with Robin about these other women talking shit about these other ladies, and then Robin was so moved by what you said, she made you promise. Not even promise. That's understated. She made you make a covenant. Okay, a covenant between you, your partner, and God. That if you ever found yourself in a situation like the situation you in with these other three women, that you'll break up with me because I don't want to be sitting here looking pathetic. I think that's what he said. I don't want to be looking pathetic, sad, stupid, or whatever. So when she said that, that's something I said on my videos. To be honest with you, I said on my videos, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jen heard me say it first, or it could just be a thing where we have mutual mind. Like we're thinking along the same tracks when it came down to that. I'm willing to say that too. Like, oh, you're watching my content. No, she probably might have just looked at it the same way I was looking at it. Heard what I heard. Okay. Was she wrong when she said that Kody looked ridiculous when he stand out there? You spent 30 years pushing this woman away, 20 years, I'm sorry, pushing this woman away. And then when she finally gets the separation and she finally gets the nut up to move out, gets the nuts together and moves to Parawan, Utah, and she finally there, you stand out there hugging her and crying and bobbing. Oh God, it's the end of an era. At that moment, I might sit there with Kody bawling and fake ass crying, bitch, please. So you talking about a B? I'd have told Kody, bitch, please. You upset now? That's what we doing? You still trying to play this game? This what we doing? For real? Are we serious? Kody is like, wow, man. Wow. He's a wild cat. So was she wrong then? Was she wrong when she said that you need to take care, like, take care of your business? You should have manned up and told her if you didn't really want to be with her. Like if I had a woman that I was involved with, right? Because everybody does that. Like if you dating somebody and you might be with, dating somebody casually, or maybe dating a couple people casually, and then you meet the one, the person, like, wow, this person's amazing. I can see a future with this person. You don't drag out the other ladies or other dudes that you talking to. You tell them, like, that's the respectable thing. You tell them, like, look, I'm done. I can't, sorry, didn't work out, whatever the case may be. And you out. That's not what Kody did. And that's basically what Jen said. Like, you should have told Mary that it wasn't working out. She's not wrong. Sorry, she's not wrong. So at what point, like, you call her these terrible things, and you say that because these women are looking out for Mary's best interest, the only way she could find happiness, Mary can find happiness, is if she loses the people who have her back and are giving her good advice. That's the only way she's gonna find happiness in her life. That's ridiculous. To me, that's ridiculous. Let me just check one thing. Sorry, guys. That's ridiculous. Like, so no. Like, I think that they gave her solid advice, and they were giving her solid observations. Too bad, so sad you don't like it, but it is what it is. Too bad, so sad you don't like it. But guess what? Anytime, my man, this is life. And maybe you don't understand this because you're newly monogamous, but let me instruct you. Let me be your teacher. Okay? You break up with a woman, especially you do her fucking dirty, her girlfriend's gonna talk shit about you. Okay, you might as well get that out. If you think that you're gonna be the apple of their eye and you're gonna be Mr. Wonderful after you play their girls dirty, let me tell you a little secret, a little inside baseball. Them girls, them women, them grown ass women are gonna be talking mad shit about you behind your back. And some of them, the special ones, are gonna talk mad shit about you to your face. Okay, you go out, you hang out with Mary and one of her little girlfriends. Jen, you call her a B, and you call her all kinds of nasty stuff. I'm gonna tell you right now, Jen ain't a real one. You get some of these women out there, they real ones. They down for their girl. They get up in your grill. Oh, so this what we doing? You gonna do my girl like this? For real? For real? For real? Like, you know what I mean? What are you doing? I wasn't dating you. I was dating her. Why are you in my face? Cause you gonna sit up here and be playing with her mind like this whole time, using her for all her money and everything. And then you gonna sit up here and pretend like you don't understand shit. What's up? Trust me when I say this. Jen is not the worst that you could ever encounter, especially the way you played Mary's ass out. And let's be honest about it. We can sit there and play, oh, they wasn't loving one time and all that. No. You played the shit out of Mary. You played her ass. Okay. And you sit up here doing all. Some of these women out here, but my dog, I'm going to tell you, some of these women out here for sure will drag your monkey ass. They will have you crying in the club, the bar, wherever you run into them at. You stand in the middle of Walmart, you be crying real tears because after they get finished reading you up and down, you ain't gonna know what hit you. What the fuck? I just came here for some for some Twizzlers. All I wanted was Twizzlers. And this lady got me twisted up. Got me questioning who I am as a person. You got some women out there that's serious and they ride for their girls. They ride for their girls. So the fact that they sitting there when they talking amongst themselves and they have like opinions, just like when you sitting around, and here's the thing, like guys do this dumb shit all the time. Oh, those women, they be talking shit. I guarantee you that when Kody is sitting around talking to Nathan, do I have Nathan's picture? I don't think I have Nathan's picture anymore. I might have got rid of it. But when he's sitting there talking to Nathan, I guarantee you, Kody had all kinds of wild shit to say about Mary. and talking about Christine and talking about Janelle. He was saying all kinds of wild stuff. All the venom that Kody was spilling in front of Robin, if you remember, he had said that he was afraid to spill some of that venom in front of Robin. What do you think he did with it? You think he bottled it up and kept it to himself? Fuck no. He went back and told his friends. When he went on their little hunting trips or their little fishing trips, or they going out to the range or whatever, he was sitting there talking mad shit about all of them, including Mary. Even when he went out to Paraguay, he was crying, "Don't marry, it's the end of an era." And Nathan, they came outside. Nathan said, "You sure it's over?" And he looked at Nathan and said, "Look, Nathan." Because you fake ass crying, all of a sudden you get outside, you stop. Nathan, if you think I would go back to that, you haven't been paying attention. Paying attention to what? Paying attention to the fact that he been talking shit about her for the last 15, 20 years. That's what Nathan wasn't paying attention to. So Kody been talking shit too. So he need save that. You can miss me with all that. Oh, they some bees because they was talking trash about me. And if they don't stop talking trash about me, she ain't gonna be able to get another man. No, what's gonna happen is them same bees that you worried about, they gonna get your ex-wife bead too, banged. They gonna get your ex-wife banged because she out there looking for some shit. Like she trying to get hook Mary up with something low, slow, and swinging. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's what she's trying to do for her girlfriend. She trying to put her girlfriend down. So don't get it twisted. And maybe that's what got Kody mad. Oh, you need to separate from these women because they serious about hooking Mary up. And if we talk about it, I want to do a whole video about like the whole dating thing. But the reality of it is, even when it comes to dating is hard. Like if you've been out the game for a minute, to step back into the game, like the technology and shit is different. How you meet people is different. Expectations on how you do it is different. The fact that she was playing on a smaller ball field back in Utah in that small church in that small community, now all of a sudden she's exposed and she has a broader dating pool. You have more experience. You have more people who have certain expectations as they enter into relationships. There's more vested into it. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of moving parts. So no, it's not going to be easy for her just to step out of a 30-year-old commitment into a new relationship. It's going to be difficult. It'd be difficult for anybody, but it's especially difficult for somebody who's like Mary, who's been in a situation where she was never that person. She wasn't the one who was going out on date after date after date. Every weekend she was going somewhere else, hooking up with this one and that one. That's not who she was. She was 19 years old and she basically married her first boyfriend. Like she is not equipped to be 53 years old and entering into the dating market. She has zero experience. Right? So it's going to be difficult for her to find the people that she wants to date. And it is what it is. And when we look at it, there's a challenge there. But part of what makes finding your person special is that you have to weed through a lot of shit in order for you to find your diamond in the rough, your rose, or whatever you want to call it. You have to go through a lot of stuff and a lot of different people for you to find a person that you need to be with. And I think that's the first part of the struggle that we're seeing with Mary right now. But thank you so much, Megatron. Appreciate you. Let me get a little something. All right. It's not that deep. $1.99 super chat. Kody would have got. Kody would have got that ass beat down. Yeah, he would have got beat down. Yeah, I'm telling you, like I'm trying not to be that person online because that's ridiculous. Like, you don't be threatening people and all that physical violence stuff. But I'm just saying, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. I know people got fist fights over like tens of dollars. This is way back. It wasn't last week, but I'm just saying, like the kind of money he talking about, people get sued over that money for sure. I don't know what's taking y'all so long to get to the damn to get to the lawyer's office. Do it legal. Do it the right way. Do it the right way, the smart way. Go down there and get yourself a lawyer. Then things don't work out. Then you go to the left. Then it's back time. But oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Kody, you're the man, bro. Because this is crazy. It's not that deep. Let me get a little something. GG in the house. What's up, GG? 499 super chat. Him making a comment at how Janelle would try to get child support if she could. He should want to support his kids. Narcissistic, delusional grifter. Yes. And let's talk about that for a damn minute. The fact that you're not supporting your kids lets me know all I need to know about you. And I know that the cast has all taken turns. You only seem like a little portion of my life, so you don't really know who I am. Look, if you are making millions of dollars and you can't see yourself a way that you could provide a little something to your kids, then you, sir, are schmegma. Okay? You are schmegma. You're that little, that dust, dirt, slimy dirt. Look it up. You are something else, my friend. And if it has, and the sad part is, you're one of those guys who I detest. That type of dude, and I won't even say Kody specifically because maybe I'm wrong about Kody, but you're one of those guys who will sit around and talk about how you doing all this for your kids and how you taking care of your kids and all about your kids and all the things you did for your kids and all the sacrifices you made for your kids. But then when you're not with the kid's mom anymore, she has to take you to court to get something for these kids. She got to take you to court for you to do the bare minimum because that's what the fuck it is. You know what? This is going to be one of them nights. I'm on one tonight, Jay. I didn't think I was going to be, but I'm on one tonight. Let's be 100% clear. When you go to court, that stuff that Christina's filing for, the little bit of child support that she's going to get from Kody, that shit is the bare fucking minimum that you should be paying towards your child. That's the bare minimum. Okay? The court is looking at it like, okay, well, I mean, if you break it all down and and put some roof over their head, clothes on their back, and take care of them in a certain way, this is what you should pay. That's not you giving them access to you. That's not you giving them more than is required by law that you give them. So you're giving them the bare minimum. What he said in that statement was, if Janelle could, she would take me to court and she would get the bare minimum for her daughter, Savannah. And she would get child support, the bare minimum, because I don't owe her anything. And that, my friend, is what makes you a shitty ass dude. That's what makes you a shitty dude. And this is where it gets weird for me, because you'll sit there on interviews and talk shows and newspaper articles and talk about how we as the fan base don't know you and don't understand your struggle, so on and so forth. You talk about all that stuff. But I hope I'm still streaming. Because I think the coast is the creepy crawly Kremlins have got my ass. Let me just check. But when push them down and shove, and you are given the opportunity, you are not. Okay, there we go. All right. I thought I got cut off, y'all. I thought I was just shut down. My whole shit went black. But you are not taking care of your kids the way you should be taking care of your kids. You're not doing the things that you need to do as a man. So when you get on these articles and all this stuff, you start talking about, even during last year's Look back. Oh, you guys only see us for part of the time and you don't understand because you're not with us 365 days a year. You know what? You know who else I wasn't with 365 damn days a year? The guys who get convicted of like doing these terrible crimes. I don't have to know your childhood. I don't know have to know how you grew up or what you had for fucking breakfast. Okay. All I need to know and understand is what you did. Okay. And when you sit there and you say things like that, that tells me exactly who you are as a person. And more importantly, who you are as a father. That your kids, oh yeah, fuck them kids because I don't get along with their mom. And so because I don't get along with their mom, then I don't want nothing to do with them. Then that lets me know who you are as a father. Sorry, not sorry. Okay? Straight up. Like I'm done with the dumb shit. Like I'm not. I don't know. This channel might go because it's just I'm tired of people, like, especially when they start pulling in a lot of the manosphere stuff. Oh yeah, because she wants an alpha male, alpha male. Okay. If you are the type of dude, let me just go on record as saying this. If you're the type of guy who has to classify himself as an alpha male, you're a bitch ass dude. Okay. You're what they call a beta. You're a beta man. All right. You're nothing. Because the secret to the sauce is he had to convince these women that he was the leader and he was in charge. If you were somebody worth fucking following, you wouldn't have to convince anybody of anything. I've never heard fantastic, wonderful leaders from throughout history. I've never heard them say, I am your leader. Get behind me and follow me. I've never heard that. They come out and they present ideas, and people ascribe to the ideas that the leaders present because the shit they say makes sense. If you have to tell them who you are not that thing. If you have to go to a bar, and this is just the old school rule, if you have to go to a bar, you have to tell everybody how tough you are. You understand what I'm saying? You are not tough. If you get into a fist fight and you have to tell everybody, look, you don't know me. You don't know me. Why would I know you? Why would I know you? Because if you were somebody I should be afraid of, when I start talking shit or when the shit about to go down, there'll be somebody right there be like, no, not him. He ain't the one. You don't have to ever say nothing because there'll be 4 or 5 other people that will tell your story. They will sing your song. No. Unless you try to get your hat brought to the hospital, you don't want no parts of that one. If you were an alpha male, I wouldn't have footage of you sitting amongst your friends trying to convince them that you were alpha male. And what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Oh, I just take it to because when I'm listening to you and I'm watching you on this show, what I get from you, an alpha male is just a man who takes advantage of women and tries to use them to support himself financially. Is that what an alpha male is to you? Because that's what you did. Even when Janelle was talking about the business she started. Oh, yeah, Kody, I got a bunch of stuff over there. I had to mothball some of the businesses I started because you're a shit businessman. And then, Robin, she started Sister Wives Closet. And, she tried to get these other people. If you were a businesswoman and you were going to be successful at that business, you didn't need those other women to jump on it. Just like Janelle, when she started her business, she didn't need you to jump on it. All of a sudden, when she presents the business, Kody turns her down. As soon as the business started making money, then he wants to start talking about how they invested in the business and where his share. Oh, she just took all the money. You mean all the money she fucking made? She took that money? Yeah. Just like you trying to take all the Kody pass. So you want Kody pass and her paychecks. That's what makes this shit, like I said, this oh, I can't stand it. But thank you so much, child support. Yeah, again, if you please understand, and this is for anybody, non-custodial parents who pay child support, please understand, you can always get with the parent. You should, hopefully you're in a position, and I mean this, I genuinely mean this. James, you don't understand my life. No, I don't. But here's the thing. I hope that you find yourself in a position where you can sit down and have a conversation with a person who you made life with and be able to have a conversation about the best ways to provide for that person that you helped to create. Now, you were able to work shit out for at least 5 minutes. At one point, you know, you that minute man, you were able to work shit out for a minute and a half, 2 minutes at some point to create that person. Sit down, take the time, and try to figure it out so you can work it out between the two of you. And it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't have to necessarily just be about money. It could be about time. It could be about that level of support. But if you are just doing the bare minimum, you're not worried about seeing your kids, talking to your kids, supporting your kids financially, physically, emotionally, or anything else, but then you want to complain about it, then you're a bitch ass dude. Sorry, I know people go, well, he said bitch. Yes, I did. I call him a bitch ass dude because that's stupid. That's a stupid. You're not much of a man. If you can't take care of your kids, you're not much of a man in my book. Sorry, not sorry. It is what the fuck it is. And if he's not taking care of you, like if you need a judge to sit there in his robe and tell you that you got to kick in to a child to support your child, a baby that you helped to make, then you're an asshole. Point blank. You're an asshole. If Savannah got to sit there and she got to miss out on stuff, especially, don't even get me started, especially if you sit there taking care of somebody else's babies and you can't take care of your own. Yeah, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. You don't know my life, don't have to and don't care to. Okay? Because if you're that kind of dude, and I'm going to go on record right now, if you're the kind of man that won't take care of your child, I don't need to fucking know you. I don't need to know you. We don't have to be friends. We don't ever have to talk. Because I don't need, there's nothing, I know all I need to know about you. Because here's the thing, and you talk about business, I'm sorry, I'm going to go off on a little bit of a fucking tangent. You talk about business, here's the thing. I would never enter into business with a man who abuses or mistreats his family. Because if you'll do that to your fucking kids, there's no reason in the world why I would think that if I invested any substantial amount of money with you, that you won't screw me over. You're not even taking care of your babies. So why in the world would I trust you when it comes to some kind of business opportunity? My money is to take care of my family, my kids, and everything, my responsibilities. You're not taking care of your responsibilities. So why in the world would I think that if I invest with you and I do business with you, that you're going to help me take care of my responsibilities? My thought is you're not. So that's why I would never enter into a business arrangement with somebody like a Kody. Is what it is. But thank you so much, Gigi. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I didn't put too much fire on it. I apologize. I don't apologize. It is what the fuck it is. I'm cussing like a crazy person tonight. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm on one tonight. Yeah, it is what it is. Michelle Woods in the house. Michelle Woods, $9.99 super chat. Just finished watching the new episode. Kody talking to the realtor had me fuming. Kody, no one wants to hear about your skinny dipping in a dirty pond anymore. I still haven't recovered. Michelle was there with the bleach. Oh no, make it stop, please. Nobody needs to see this. Yeah, here's the thing. Basically, Kody stood out there and admitted to child abuse. There's no reason in the world why you should have been in that dusty ass, dirty, fucking sick water with your babies. That's how you get the magic bracelets. Ta-ting! 3 hots in the cot down at the county. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry about building no special place on Coyote Pass because the state will have a special place for you. Okay? Putting them babies in that water. And especially, like I said, you get out there and the realtor that you were working with to buy the property. So she understands the dangers of the property and all that. She tells you not to have your kids touch the dirt because they will get sick. Why would you go into a runoff where the dirt is now liquefied and you got them running out with they, miles wide the fuck open? Like, I don't know. I don't know why why were you afraid of COVID? like apparently you bugs was immune to everything. You guys are immune to everything. You went out in that water mouths wide open, heads, faces in the water. You guys are good. You don't need a shot. You don't need the jab. I think they call it the jab. You don't need the boosters. You know what I mean? You should be in a laboratory somewhere, studied under a microscope, because that was crazy. And like I said, no realtor, you telling them stories. Oh, well, I came up here with my family. Realtor don't care. And a realtor needs to start asking questions. I suspect, like, the realtor should be asking, okay, you have 4 partners, but I'm only meeting with you. I have to have sign off from all 4 partners in order for me to represent all of you for the sale of this land. You can't go up with a person. This creates all kinds of title issues. Okay. So I remember story time when me and my wife, we were first looking for a house. First house we were looking for. Well, one, I'm not getting it, but we were looking for a house, and we saw one that we were aware of. Went down, looked at it. Oh, we love it. Beautiful, beautiful home. Right? It wasn't big, but it was what it was. Oh, nice, nice. And we offered, like, how much are they asking for it? Guy told us. Right. We're like, okay, that's a reasonable amount. But the problem was, I asked for a title search. Always get a title search. Why? Because in this particular instance, it was 2 guys who were in a relationship together. One guy broke up with the other guy. He just left, though. When he broke up with him, he just, packed his shit. Guy went to work. He packed his stuff up, gone. Right? They didn't know where he was. Now, because of the way the deed was written, he was listed on the deed. So therefore, if they sold that house, if that man came back at any time and said, hey, these people are living in my house, he would be 100% right. House can't be sold unless he signs off on the house. Coyote Pass can't be sold. Well, except with the exception of that big lot where where Kody and Robin's name appeared, they could sell their shares where their shares align only. But anywhere Janelle's name appears or Janelle and Mary's name appears, they can't sell that land. And the best price that they could probably get for that land is if they sell all 14 acres at the same time, or if they subdivide it, or how they're going to subdivide it, so on and so forth. But that all depends. And aside from him talking to a real estate agent, the first thing he needed to talk to is an appraiser, somebody who's going to come out and appraise the property and tell you what you have. Oh, well, I'm looking at the trees and blah, 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 horse shit, bullshit. And then that becomes the magic treaties that he tries to use to justify why Mary should only get 2 acres and this, that, and other, because in his mind, this is worth more because I heard in a bar room somewhere that this is what they said, but I'm not sure. That's not what you do. That's not how you do business. You have to get somebody, a professional whose job it is to do this, to assess the land and tell you what all of it's worth. And then he could tell you, or she could tell you, that if it would be worthwhile for you to subdivide the land or for to sell the land as a whole, or whatever the case may be. And then from there, you work with your real estate agent to sell the property for you. But I would have to have the land appraised first. And of course, your real estate agent, they could do some comps and all that. They can run comps, but you want to know what you have and what could be built where, because it doesn't do you any good to do comps on property only to find out that you can't build because they have rock face over there where the trees are. So it's just basic stuff like that. But thank you so much, Michelle. Yeah, that new episode when he was sitting there talking to that dude, I was like, what the hell? Even then, he's going through all the stories. I was like, this dude don't care. I barely care. And I've seen the stuff you talk about. Thank you so much, Michelle. All right. If you guys would be so kind, go ahead and hit me up with one of them like buttons. Let our player know that you like what I'm doing. We ain't going keeping it real all the way. Sharon D, 999 super chat. How about when he told the realtor he paid one lot off by himself? I know, right? I know, right? Then I'm going to split it 4 ways. Technically, as you know, that's half. He was trying to look like he was the fair one. Yeah, that's exactly. Thank you so much, Sharon D. Because that's exactly what the fuck I said. Look, I'm going to take the land, and it's going to be me and my wife, Mary and Janelle. So at the end of all that talking, what I heard with my third ear was me and Robin are going to take half the land, and we're going to split the other half between Mary and Janelle, which will give them 25% apiece. My question is, did you guys only put in 25% of the money? Because if we gonna split it up 4 ways, then she should have. If Robin's gonna get a full quarter to herself, then she should have put in at least a quarter of the money. And that doesn't mean that I put in money to the family fund that pays your rent, pays for the books, pays for your kid to go to college, paid for your vacations and your extras, your knickknacks, doodads, and bullshit. All the family money went to that. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, at Robin's house, or Kody's house, really, at Kody's house, they're saving all their money and then supposedly using their money to pay for Coyote pads. We're not doing that. And the one lot that he might be talking about, if we gave him the benefit of the doubt, I don't know why we would, but if we were to give him the benefit of the doubt, the one piece of land he could say that he bought outright, which would have been that one piece that was on the far end away from the pond. So down that end, that was Robin's lot, Robin and Kody's lot. And then it was Janelle and Kody's lot. Then it was the big 4-acre lot that has Kody, Janelle, Mary. Then it was the lot where it was Kody and Robin now, but it used to be Kody, Robin, and Christine. So unless he's talking about that, but even then, you don't get to use my money to pay your bills and then use your money for fun. Again, this is a problem. This is a problem. Oh, this was a problem. Like, this is like if you give your friend a loan, man, my rent, I ain't got the money for my rent. How much is your rent? $1,000. You can't count them out 10 stacks, $1,000. Boom. You give it to him. He pays his rent with the $10,000 that you gave him. Then he gets his paycheck and he go out and play, party, and drink on his paycheck. So now he in the VIP room in the club. He not just going to the club. He up in the VIP room popping bottles, having a great old damn time. And then when you come to him and be like, yo, man, I got into the club. I paid, my little $10, $20 to go in through the front door and I'm down with everybody else. I look up, I see you in the VIP section. And he look you in the face and say, yeah, man, I used my money, but I gave you $1,000. Oh, that money was for rent. I used that money to pay my rent. Me being a VIP, that was from my paycheck. See, that's what like I said, that's what they were doing to him. I think that's what they did to him. And that's why I have an issue with it. But thank you so much, Sharon D. You are 100% right. And that realtor scene was just crazy. There will be videos about that. I'm not just for me, I'm sure there'll be videos about that. But thank you so much. Let me get a little something. Crazy. Then we have Empress Prince. Okay. Empire's Prince 13. 499 super chats. James, one of the reasons I follow your channel is that I am a trans man and you are the kind of man I want to be. Thanks for being a great example. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Empire Prince. That's a cool name. I like that. All right. Okay. But thank you so much. Let me give you a little something. Tell you what, we're going to be riding this out the whole night. Oh, I originally was like, okay, we're going to come in, we're going to take it easy because it wasn't a whole lot to discuss. But you know what? Talking about some of this stuff, I don't know whether something broke in me or what, but I'm just on one tonight because it's so much ridiculousness. But we're gonna talk about it. Thank you so much, Empire Prince. Empire's Prince. Love it. All right. So You know what? And oh, Betty's leaving. Oh, Betty, what's going on, Bet? Matter of fact, what time is it? Whew, I've been cooking. We've been cooking for a minute. Let me see one thing. I want to open up the phone line so you guys can get your stuff off. We're going to keep it all the way a stack tonight. Oh man, but yeah, look, keep it all the way a stack. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Betty, you take it easy. I know what that's like. Them medicine that sometimes you get some stuff and start whipping your ass. We take it easy. If you want to call in, you're more than welcome. Here's the link. Pinned it to the top. All right. Hello from Pontiac, Michigan. Okay. Michigan. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, everyone. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, we're gonna have some conversations. People might not be happy what made the noise, but we're gonna make it do what it do. All right, so we're gonna talk it out. Hey, Betty, what's going on?
Sweetie pie, how you doing, honey?
Doing great.
I hope you're staying warm with this cold weather. It's a booger.
Yeah, it's kicking my ass. I ain't gonna lie.
Girl, me too. I got heater going and I got towels trying to block that wind out. It's like 5 degrees here. I know you're in Philly, so y'all probably getting a little bit of a chill too.
Yeah, it's cold. It's cold.
I promise I was about to dip, but then you said call. So, girl, you know I got to run my chip and chapper. When I'll be quick. When Robin said she started the business, I think I spit in my coffee. I'm like, really, bitch? Oh, sorry, y'all.
No, it is
But
what it is.
no, I'm not sorry. Bitch, please.
Right.
You started the business. And then what? Not even a year into it. I need help. If you want another offspring, then you got to make these women help me.
You gotta put them to work.
Got to put them to work, Kody. Get the cattle prod.
Yeah, exactly.
And him. Girl, if I could smack the shit out of him, I would. He's one of more than hot grits. That sucker needs some hot grease popped on that little weed walker.
Because
I mean, just really.
Life. He's living that life.
Shit. I mean, he is driving his. Karma's coming for his ass when he said, "We don't have the money."
Yeah.
No, you don't have the money because it's all hanging on the walls.
Right.
And all the failed business ventures, that just tells you. Well, there's one trailer for hauling the water. The rest are business ventures that failed. They didn't come. The best karma is if Janelle and Christine can really move forward with their businesses, privately owned, and you know it's killing his ass. He can't touch their money anymore.
Yeah.
It's killing him.
That's
And Robin is not far along because that $1 million, $2 million, whatever it is they've got now, even if they pay, got money from the other house, I guarantee you, with all the loans on it, how much do you think they walked away with? On the McMansion, the original, considering the loans, like how much? Probably less than 40, 50,000, I would bet.
Well, I think they got a little more just because they sold it for so much.
But, yeah, but if they how many loans did they have out? Home equity line of credit?
Close to $1 million. So he probably walked away with maybe 500, like half a mil, maybe. And that's being super generous. And that's with me not knowing like the ins and outs of how much money they're
actual finance.
Right. But it could get bad. Like the whole thing is too, is that the way your money works especially when you're on these reality shows, it's not guaranteed I got a pension coming money. This isn't like Friday, Saturday money. This is, you might have, especially the way they're doing this season, like TLC, if you guys are watching, please straighten your shit up. Because if you don't start fixing some things, this show won't last 2 more seasons
I
because
don't think it's gonna last 2 more seasons because you can't keep putting that narcissism out there. People are getting turned off by it, and then it's damn near abusive, and you're showing the abuse. And when you, I mean, I can't believe TLC actually didn't edit out where he called them bitches. Like, that's slander. I mean, like,
right.
really. And you're saying it on this big platform. Well, them bitches. Okay, now you pushing it.
Well,
Like, bitch, please.
I would say that if anything, we're seeing like TLC is exposing Kody more. Like you're just seeing where he like, because I think these conversations always happen, but he always had the protection of the producer that he used to work with, who didn't put those, like, he would, okay, cut that out. So he would get up and just say whatever he wanted, but they would cut it out and try to make him look better, which is crazy. Because if you think about, if they tried to shape it so that he actually looks better and he still looks like shit,
Can you imagine? I would
no
love to be a
telling what
fly
it's
on the
gonna be.
wall for the conversations that don't go on. I would love to be a fly on the wall
Yeah,
just to hear. You know, his little, he's got flies buzzing around that little fucking brain of his. They're like, "Da, da, 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 da."
yeah.
Like, I mean, seriously. But, and I guarantee, like, I mean, I'm not being ugly, but I worked with a guy he literally hit a $2 million scratch off.
Okay.
Right there in Ohio, Bridgeport, Ohio, which is right by Wheatley. And he walked in. He literally walked in and quit his job because we both worked at the casino. He was security, and I was food and beverage manager. But he walked in and quit, and he was like, he's maybe 45. I mean, and I told him what I thought. I'm like, okay, you were only 45 years old. But he took a lump sum payout, which ended up being like 800,000 because it had to be public knowledge here. And I looked at him and I said, you are fucking stupid. Pardon my language, but you're 45. In today's economy, because if you add it up, I mean, really, by the time, if you're paying, like we pay rent, my rent is in the 800 range. By the time you do rent, utilities, you have to have medical, especially as you get older. God knows. Right. Thank God. And some people don't have the privilege of having insurance. I'm so grateful I have it because not everyone does.
Right.
But he didn't put anything in a retirement. He took a lump sum, quit his job. I'm like, that's the dumbest shit you didn't put it in investments. He didn't, like, because we talk. I'm like, okay, yeah, you went and you're spending all this money out. You bought a little house, but you didn't put anything aside for taxes. Those property taxes are going to come due every single year. I tell my kids the same. It's like, and after working, when Kody said if he hit a jackpot, he's gambling, I guarantee it. And he's probably doing it online.
Right.
Because after working in the casino, every time I hear somebody say, well, if I could just hit a jackpot, I could do this and I could do that.
Well, usually when they say, if I could hit a jackpot, all that means is if they actually hit a jackpot, then they just going to try for another jackpot. And they'll just give that money right back. Like, you giving that money right back to the house.
I mean, I don't get, like I said, I'm still trying to, I've got yours put aside. I know you don't believe me, but I do it. But I've tried different ways. So now I have another card on order that should hopefully get here and work so I can take care of you. But when I hit my little old jackpot, I've still got it in some of that in savings and paid some bills. But that's in savings because, I mean, the minute I go back, and believe me, I want to, I would love it. But I already know the minute I go back, if I don't I take cash. I'm not going to lie, and some of you may say excessive, but I'll take my little 100 for my 2 weeks. And that's what I play, win or lose. Right. But I don't go in with any kind of intention of hitting. I'll go in and just play my little low quarters, and when it's done, it's done. I'm leaving. I don't take
Right.
ATM cards, I don't take any of that. And I do not believe for a minute when they went to Vegas that Kody didn't try his luck, because he just strikes me that way.
Well, because it just so happened that they always, every time you see them going to Vegas for like their night out, they just always happen to be walking through a casino. Like it's
Yeah.
just, so it's one of those things. And the thing I've always said with regard to gambling is that if you gamble, I'm not a big gambler, right? I do a
Well, my
lot of
husband, I
activities,
don't
different
take my
activities.
husband. If my
Yeah.
husband plays in, if he plays $1 and wins 2, he's out.
Right,
Done.
right. Take your money
Not
and
gonna lie,
run.
I like my little old vices. I don't hide it. I'm not ashamed of it. My husband
Well,
knows, because he's the one giving me my money.
well, the whole thing is that the way I see it is that, like I said, I'm not a big gambler, but if you go out gambling, what I would say, and the way I've always treated it, if I did go out, is you would just figure out what you would spend on a night. If you went out anywhere else, like you just went to the bar, or you went to the club, or you went, to
Yeah.
do some activity, whatever you would spend for that activity, the same thing is for gambling. So if you would go out and you would spend $50 or $100 on your night out, that's the money you take with you to the casino. And don't spend any more than that, because that's the money you're going to spend. And as
Exactly.
maybe as sad as this sounds, plan on losing that money.
Yeah, that's why I said
You're just doing it for activity.
if you go in with an expect, you cannot go in saying, I'm going to hit that jackpot. I know I'm going to walk it. No, you go
Yeah.
in. If it's that particular, like I love gambling. I love it.
Mm,
But I only take the $100, and that's, I mean, it's not every weekend, it's not every day. But because I don't do malls, and I love to do movies, but can't get my husband to go with me because, we like different things. Where I'm wanting to watch a murder mystery or something like that, he wants to watch some dumb shit that I don't like.
right.
So, like, my stuff is great. His stuff is dumb shit. He knows it. But we just have such different tastes. We just don't go to the movies because there's literally nothing we have in common when it comes to that shit.
Right, right.
I mean,
Well,
but
that makes sense.
I love my hubby. Don't get me wrong. Like, my hubby to me is what I would call an alpha male.
Right.
He always puts himself last. And we always have to force himself sometimes to put himself first, because even now our kids are grown. Everything. He's working tonight because I couldn't talk him into staying home where it's icy here.
Right.
He has young mothers that work for him, and he told me no, because he's supposed to be on vacation this week till
Oh,
at least
okay.
Tuesday. But he went ahead and gave up a day of vacation, which I'm not even angry at. I'll get up he's working the 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. shift because he had young mothers. And he didn't want to risk their safety being on the street.
Oh, okay.
So I fully respect. To me, that's what an alpha male is: somebody who can put other people's priorities above his own, even when it's like, I really wish he would have just finished his vacation. But I respect him for his decision, because
Right.
I would do the same. I mean, I'm old ass. If I go sliding off into a ditch, I'll just tuck and roll. But I wouldn't want these people with young kids to risk their safety.
Right. Right.
It's just not worth it. I didn't mean to keep yapping and go off on a tangent there. Sorry.
Oh, it's no worries.
But you
No
know me.
worries.
Well, I won't get, like I said, it just but when she said, I started a business, I'm like, what?
Well, technically she did start a business
Well, yeah, but
with
not
other
with her own
women's
money.
money. That's how she started the business. So,
And then when Kody said, they won't give me no part of the money, I'm like, so, bitch, you thought they were going to do all the work and you're going to put your hand out, and it was going to continue like that?
right.
And I
Well,
love what Teresa Skinner said. They should love themselves. And they should have many moons ago. But I have to step back because some people are not in that, and I don't know what it would be like to grow up in that kind of culture. So sometimes I'm judgy when I need to step back and shut the fuck up, because I need to look at it. Look at the strides they've made. Because I can easily say these women are fucking stupid. Why would you do that? But hell, I watched my own mother for 30 years in a relationship with a married man, and it took her 30 years to finally cut it off. I'm like,
right.
even after years and years of me begging her and saying, why are you doing this? I mean, you get nothing out of it, literally.
Hmm.
Not even good sex.
Right.
Sorry, but
Well, I mean, I
I'm
think that
just
it
saying, if,
comes.
if somebody can't be 100% yours, and I can't even imagine, like, I mean, him sleeping around like that. I mean, I know that's, I guess, is what for most of us would be the idea that you're sharing your bed, not with a man, but with a man and 3 other women.
Right.
And if
Well, I mean, I think that there's a point that it's not about being smart or stupid. It's just if we sit around, like my big thing, like I said earlier, if we sit around and pretend like because they grew up a certain way, that we're not going to say anything out of respect for the way that they grew up, then we're just as bad as the people who are abusing them if we don't pull their coattails and tell them, like, hey, you're being taken advantage of.
oh yeah,
You're getting fucked over.
oh yeah,
Because
well,
it's on everybody to, like, if you have information that they don't have, which clearly I have information you don't have. If you grew up in a society where you think that the man who just should lead and guide you around by the nose because he has a dick and you don't, then he's going to screw you over. Sorry for the graphic
no,
nature
well,
of what
I
I just
question
said.
whether or not
That's
he
what it
actually
is.
has a dick. It's more probably like a little Vienna, but oh, I
Right.
didn't mean that. Like, absolutely. I mean, I have a big mouth, big personality kind of on
Right.
everybody's nerves kind of thing. I would be the first one because I've done it to my friend. I'm like, are you fucking stupid? But
Right.
what I'm saying is, I try to step back, and even though I never give up on her, she finally broke free from it. But same with my mom. I'm like, what the hell? What? But sometimes, even if you tell them over and over and over and over, they have to come to that. You can't. You can lead a
No,
horse to water,
absolutely.
but you can't make them drink. But you
Absolutely.
can be supportive in when they finally do crash. Like, you know
Mhm.
what? I'm here for you. I'm proud of you. And I hope somebody is telling them each and every day they're proud of them. Because I tell my friend every single day, I am so proud of you. It's difficult to make these decisions, but I'm proud of you.
Right. Well, I mean, I
Because
think that that's
everybody needs somebody to be proud of them.
right, but that's also part of the thing. It's not so much that I think we're not supportive of them. I think that it's because I recognize that even when I sit there and say that they should leave, I understand it is difficult to leave. I understand it's very hard to leave. But like I said before, even with these ladies, yeah, you're in your situation and it's hard to leave, but you guys are leaving, going to a home that you bought money clear with your own money, your own bank account, your own finances, and you guys have $1 million in the bank. I understand it's difficult to make that choice emotionally, but you guys have financial support to where you're okay to make that decision. There are
Yeah.
women who are walking around, women and men who are in situations that are detrimental to not only their physical health, but their mental health, who are in these situations who don't have the opportunity to walk away and be free and clear, have a big ass house and $1 million and decide to buy summer homes. They just don't have those
Well, no,
resources.
I would
So,
go one further and say right now with it be, I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you, baby. Uh, but looking at the cold weather now, it breaks my heart because there are people who do not know where their next meal will come from.
right.
And women, like, I mean, I support women's shelters
Hmm.
and I try to take, like, I mean, from just the clothes I had that, believe it or not, I know I look like a slouch, but I actually have business clothes and I can actually be professional. But, I donate those to the women's shelter and I don't try to donate time. And if there's something I can teach them, I absolutely will because I did food and beverage for years.
Right.
And, I try to teach them about labor forecast, how to project your labor, how to project, like, your when you're doing your food orders to make sure that you have enough to go through the next week. So I mean, but there are so many and men who don't have that opportunity, who are just one step away from literally collapse.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, people have problems, and I don't think anybody's ignoring the issues or problems or the difficulties in leaving those situations. But like I said, I think that sometimes in us trying to protect people's uh situations and be considerate of that situation, that we're not telling them the truth that they need to hear. Like if you're in a situation Like with like the whole time, like because even that, like fuck that. Like when Push Them Down the Show, we go back a few years when they first moved out to Arizona. People were watching the show and crying out, saying, "Mary, Janelle, Christine, don't invest in that property." When they were walking them through Cottonwood and he took her over the Coyote Pass, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And they were shouting it from the mountaintops. They're not hearing this from the first time. Like this might be a new discovery to them, but in no way, let's not be confused. The fan base is not
not the least bit confused.
Discovering this for a minute. Like, this is the first time we ever heard that Kody was going to screw him over at Coyote Pass. We've been screaming this for years. And even when Mary's sitting there on the couch talking to Janelle, oh, well, Janelle's telling him, you need to look out for yourself, girl. You need to go get yourself an attorney, girl. You need to protect yourself, girl. Why would I do that? Kody's going to look out for me. We've been telling you that for years.
For years.
And now she decided not to listen to it. That's her business. But I'm just saying.
Well, that'd be the same as
telling you that what's right.
If I tell you don't touch that pot, I just pulled it off stove and you reach your happy ass hand over there and touch that fucking pot. Okay, dumbass, I just said it's hot. Don't touch it.
Right.
Well, you're going to learn real quick, but you're going to get burnt while the fuck you learning.
Right. You'll learn today.
Pardon my language. I apologize. But
no, it is what it is.
It's like dumbass shit. Like, I just fucking told you the pan's hot. Why the hell would you touch the motherfucker? I wouldn't see if it's really hot. Be like something my dumbass kid would do sometimes when he was younger. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, did I just not tell you not to touch it? Why'd you touch it? I don't know. Like, ow. Well, I know you got other people wanting to call in. And now I done got wired up. Shit, my medicine's going to wear off. It's probably not helpful that I jacked up on coffee, too. I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew, like a spider monkey. But I love you to pieces. When that card gets here, I promise I'm going to take care of you. I've tried 5 different cards, and on my thing, every time I try to leave you the super chat or whatever the hell it's called, I always come up with the Google thing again. I can't remember my password for the life of me.
No, it's no worries. It's no worries. Don't worry about it.
Just next time I have to put in a password I can remember. Might be my birthday. Because if somebody steals my information, I'll look at my credit. They're going to be like, bitch, we need to give you some of ours. Right. Same as I don't carry a purse. So if they take my purse, they're going to be like, what the hell? They're going to give it back.
So you steal for practice, right?
Like, well, shit. She ain't got nothing. Let's put something in there. They're going to hand it back to me because I don't think my old used chapstick's going to work for them. Yeah, so it is what it is. But I love you to pieces, girl.
All right, thank you so much.
Some people don't understand. It's just the way I talk. When I call you girl, I know you're not a girl.
I get it.
But, same as when I say honey, sweetie, baby, I don't give a damn if you're 90 or 9. That's just how I talk.
I got it.
Same as girl, which I end up, my husband does it, and now everybody around us says girl. And they look at us like, what the hell? But it is what it is. But baby, good night. I love you to pieces.
All right, love you back.
And I love your whole group. They're wonderful.
Yeah, they're awesome folks.
All right, I love them to pieces. Night, night, baby.
Have a good night. Take it easy. Oh. Bouncing back and forth. All right. So next up, we have having some technical difficulties. But before I go into the next person, Michelle, we have a super chat from Todd down there. Super chat. Poor Mary contributed to the family fund to get what exactly? Exactly. She contributed all that money to the family fund so she can get screwed over. And that's the only time she got screwed in the last 15 years. So it was not worth it. She needs a refund. We should run a super fund. We should run one of them, what do they call that? The thing where you contribute a GoFundMe. Mary need a GoFundMe. Give me that money back. And have Kody be the only payee. Ridiculous. All right. But next up, we got Michelle in the house. What's going on, Michelle? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay, sweetie. How are you?
Doing very well. Still smiling. Probably happier than I deserve to be, but it is what it is.
It could be sleep deprivation, sweet. Oh yeah, if I look surprised, guys, it's because when I washed my face this morning, My eyebrows stayed on the washcloth.
Oh wow.
It's treatment. That's what's done it. So
Oh.
if I look surprised, I'm open to offers. So if Robin's people are out there, or if someone's got a Sharpie, come and do your worst, you know. I might lend my granddaughter some crayons, see if she what she comes up with. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't know if you know this, but there's a channel that managed to get hold of some very interesting paperwork that is kind of connected to one of the things you were talking about earlier. And this paperwork, you can read on it. It's got the date in the corner. I don't remember what the date was, but it was a letter that Kody would have received well before the move to Las Vegas, saying that there had been an investigation, but there was no further inquiries needed.
Right.
He knew that he wanted to get to Las Vegas.
Right. Right.
By hook or by crook, he was going to get there. I think he went with crook personally, but yeah, he got there. Yeah, I've got to be perfectly honest with you, James. I think that any behaviour you learn, by logic, you can unlearn. And I do feel for them in the respect that their hearts led them down a stupid path, and it was stupid, because you can't afford to be that stupid when you've got kids. You just can't. You know, you make an agreement with those kids. He wants to talk about a covenant that's important. What about the one when he made his children?
Right. Right.
That is probably one of the most, should be the most heart-held covenant you can make, is I will take care of you above myself. He's done nothing. And we could all start a business with someone else's finances on. We could all go out there and buy a big fancy house with someone else's finances.
Right. Right.
Just because you could do it, don't mean you should do it. You know, he is, yeah, I might not actually, Nicole. I might not let her near my eyebrows. I just remembered what I saw last time. Cheers, Bet. But he irritates the living heck out of me, because I look at him and I think, your children are the prize. Your children should be your trophy moment, and you don't get to throw your children to the curbside because it's not a trophy moment.
Right.
My mum brought me up right. I did wrong on my own, and I did it knowing what I was doing. But my mum, like I said to you before, my mum never ever made me feel as though I would never have her in my life again because of stuff that I'd screwed up. And therefore, I learned that you don't do that. He is somebody that is, to me, his behaviour is just evil. It is evil. This, if it was a complete stranger doing to them what he's done to them, there'd be a fraud investigation.
Yeah.
It would be considered romance scamming. One of these like Nigerian romance scams. It would be considered in that vein. It wouldn't be sort of just accepted and it's on television. And his children are not successful in life because of him. It's in spite of him. And I think to go on to social media, like I said last week, and declare yourself a warrior father, knowing that you've given them nothing. Nothing. Not even a good, kind thought, you know?
Right.
Shame on you. Shame on you. You do for parenting what King Herod did for babysitting, pal. There's nothing you've got to say that anyone needs to learn from, you know?
Right.
And it also upsets me because I go back to, I even feel for the adopted kids. When he went on camera, he recorded telling them that their dad had signed them over. And he was acting butthurt because in that moment, they did not know how to feel. But he's treating them like performing monkeys. Why aren't you pleased? Or well, if you're not pleased, you ain't going to get treated, you know? You absolute mofo. How dare you? These are children. Their whole world's just come crumbling down. And you, what makes you so special that you get to do that to people? Seriously. And I just want to say, you know, it's heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking. But when all you look for in life is cold cash, don't moan if that is all you'll be left with. Because memories and love keep you warm, pal. You know?
Right.
They're the important things. He should be looking to get some of that. Because she's leaving him. She's going to leave him.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? Because what they'll do with you, they'll do to you.
Right.
You know? So that's coming up. And I just hope he doesn't crucify her kids too. Because that's a long drop from that pedestal, you know? Long drop. Anyway, I've gobbed off enough, but I just want to say, love you guys. And Miss Betty, you are a delight every single time. We love you. And when you come to England, I am going to make you such a fat boy roast. You're going to have the biggest dinner you've ever had in your life. It's going to be amazing. And Negla and Teresa, we're all going to go out on one. Brittany, you come over, James. We'll go out, have dinner. I don't drink nowadays because, you know, you remember that story? Yeah. I don't drink nowadays, but I'll tell you what, food by the dozen, because I've not had an appetite lately, I will gladly make up for it that day. Seriously. Good old English pub. You can drink what you like. I just don't want it. And we'll just big fat roast, you know? Lovely stuff.
I heard that.
But love you all. Every single one of you that come on here, you're amazing people and never bloody forget it, all right?
All right. Well, you
have a good week.
Right.
Next week, you may get to interject a little bit, maybe. I am so sorry.
No, it's no worse.
Oh, I've got a question from my brother-in-law, by the way.
Sure.
Right. If anyone out there knows the answer to this, could you please just leave it in chat? Why is it, he says, when American shows are like cartoons are being drawn, why are English people's teeth always wonky? I've got nothing. I don't know. I mean, look at my teeth. They're terrible. What's left of them. But he just wanted to know if anyone out there had an answer to that, because maybe he's got nothing going on in his life. I haven't really thought of that. But yeah. Yeah. Hey ho. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, take it easy.
Take care, lovey. Bye.
Bye. Awesomeness. So if anybody knows the answer to that question, leave it in the chat. Next up, we got Jules. What's up, Jules? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
How you making out?
I finally made it, James. For the past like 2.5, 3 weeks, I couldn't stay up, man. You had me. I was trying to stay up to get on call, but I had to go to work tomorrow. I couldn't do it, but I'm off tomorrow, so I'm here and I'm with it. Kody ain't shit. Yeah, I said it. He ain't shit. He is a piece of crap. The nerve, the balls. After you take everything from these women, you still feel like you deserve a piece of that business?
Yeah.
He
He wants
like you
more. He wants
what?
more.
What? Yo. And what the crazy part is, he really got the right ones, like you said. Because James, if it was a different type of chick, if it was a different kind of woman, it is ain't no way. Ain't no
Yeah, that shit
way.
would. It'd have been a
For
whole
$50,
problem.
ain't no way. I'm still mad. I'm heated. That episode had me heated. Okay, I can't even lie to you right now. And that whole BS about, oh, it's the way they're raised, I miss me with that. Miss me with that. These women are successful businesswomen. Okay, they have raised intelligent children. Not one of their children want to be polygamous because they have seen that it does not work. Okay, so why are they still in this? There is no excuse, like you said. They have money. There are a bunch of people, men and women, like you said, out there living life, dealing with a bunch of crap, and they don't have the luxury and the money to walk away if they wanted to. But they choose to stay in this. They choose to stay in it. And I believe a big part of that is maybe the fact that they invested so many years in that situation with him. A part of them still wants that favor and that approval from him, especially Mary and Janelle a little bit. I think deep down inside, they still want that favor. And the difference between the two that I mentioned and Christine is that Christine just got fed up and decided to go get it elsewhere.
Mm.
That's what I think. Because they were all with the crap for all these years. He's been doing this since episode 1, season 1. He's been doing it since before that, as we're all discovering. And every episode, we sometimes we get little tips and information. Now that everybody's spilling the beans, we're finding out he was treating them like crap.
Right.
Like the I wanted to call in for the episode where Mary was cutting up the quilt she made, and then
Okay.
she said to her friend what he said to her, that he's gonna make her suffer for 20 years because that she made him suffer for 20 years, some crazy like freaking psycho shit like that. Like, what the hell? Why would you stay with somebody like that?
Right. Right.
And then you don't know why later that year she went online to look for a boo. You don't know why she want. You don't know why she wants to feel warm and fuzzy inside, talking to a freaking stranger that turned out to be a chick that Robin knows. You don't
Right.
know why. Or excuse me, that Robin's cousins knows. And they all,
Verified too.
everybody want to sit there and make Mary look stupid. Like Mary doing a good job making herself look stupid. Let's just be honest. Let's be honest. And I have a theory that that's a big part of the reason why Leon has no respect for her. Leon don't want nothing to do with her.
Mm.
You in the house treating everybody like crap, but you're really mad at yourself, Mary. You mad at you because you getting the dump, you getting the worst out of everything. You getting the worst out of everything. You help this man to create a whole marriage, only to come to find out you got duped. Only to find out that he been talking to Robin. He been checking Robin out, looking at her, giving her long looks, and giving her what she had? Lightning bolts coming down her body, coming in
Yeah.
and out her body. She was getting lightning bolts. Isn't that what she said? She got the thunderbolts. She was
Yeah.
getting
Yeah.
thunderbolts with her 3 children sitting next to her. She getting thunderbolts at the church service. That's the type of woman she is. Right? And we all in church and we all Christians praising the Lord, and you getting thunderbolts with your kids sitting next to you. That's what's up. Right? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing in the church, right? Right? But then Mary, who thinks she did something, want to come through and think that she introduced somebody on the lawn. Meanwhile, he was giving her thunderbolts months ago.
Right. Right.
She was getting thunderbolts, but 6 months ago, a year ago. All right, and now you get to sit in the house with Janelle, who don't like you, Christine, who can't stand you, while he get in the luxury vehicle and drive 4 hours to go give her some more thunderbolts privately. Don't ask me what she did with the kids while he was giving her the thunderbolts, but whatever. You know?
Right.
And then now you're mad at everybody. You mad at everybody. You're really mad at yourself.
Yeah, well, like I said, everybody got to carry their own water. So,
What?
if you make a decision, you got to live with that decision. But regardless, and that's my whole thing. Like, I won't say you're dumb. I'm not going to say you made stupid decisions. I'm just merely saying
Say it, James. Say it.
I'm
Say
just
it.
saying the
Say it.
decisions you
It's
made,
dumb. Say
you
it.
got to live with those decisions. So, for whatever reason you made those choices, whatever reason you want to call up, you made those choices. You got to live with those choices. And I agree. Like if push comes down to shove, because Leon, that was one of the complaints. It wasn't just the fact that she had stepped outside the relationship and
Yup.
Kody used
Remember?
that to turn, but it was also the fact that, like she said, Mary started feeling herself in that new relationship,
Yup.
and she started pushing everybody away.
Away.
And then when she found out that the person that wasn't who they said they were, then all of a sudden it's
Humble pie, it was bitter.
Yeah.
The humble pie wasn't sweet at all.
Right.
And Robin was sitting, I remember they went out to the diner and Robin was sitting at the table looking at her and she was just licking her lips like, like just happy. Looking at how Kody was just looking at Mary with disgust. It's anyway. That's one of the points I want to mention. The other point I wanted to mention was that I really feel as if those girls, Robin's kids, they in danger. I'm just gonna say it. They're in danger, like emotionally, and I think they're probably going through some type of emotional and like mental like stress, because if somebody asks you a simple question like how was the church service, and you can't answer the simple question without breaking down crying and feeling like so overwhelmed that you don't want to say the wrong thing, that you just start busting out crying, that's a red flag. I'm just going to leave that right there. I'm not a psychologist.
Right.
I did take a couple of psychology classes in college, but it's something wrong. It's something there. And then Brianna doesn't really say much. She's like I said before, she's Robin 2.0. She will just sort of dance around and give you a vague answer, and then you could do with it what you want, and then she could always shimmy out later because she never really answered the question to begin with. That's what she do. But another thing that really got me was I really feel as if the reason why Kody behaves the way he does is because he feels entitled to what they bring in. Like, I am the one, these women can't be a sister wife without me. So I created this family and I'm entitled to these things. These things are mine, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me. I think that's what his mentality is. I also think that's why he feels entitled to whatever they produce, even if he has nothing to do with it.
Right.
I feel like you're on the show, you're making money because you're on the show with me. They can't have the show without me. You're making, he puts himself at the center of things, I think, and maybe he feels like whatever money they get from it or whatever comes to them from it, he feels entitled to part of that. And that's why he was feeling like he should get even more than he's already taken and pretty much stole from them.
Well, I mean, part of the problem with the this is where the like the influence of the faith comes in, and just the structure of their family. The way those families are constructed, the husband is at the center of the family, so he's always the center of attention.
Right.
And he's the one that they look to make decisions. He's the one that, every decision is based on his needs, wants, and desires. So they basically turned over their autonomy to him. So what we're seeing is a full manifestation of this is how we have, ran the family for the last 30 years. Now you guys are trying to change the rules. And that's where Kody's like upset with him, because now they're changing the rules, because now they're sticking up for themselves. Now they're not sharing their money. Now they're not, they're not going along with everything dumbass
they flipping
idea
the script on him. They're flipping the script on him, and he doesn't know what to do, because 30 years, that's not a habit. That's a lifestyle. That's your life. That is your life. That's more years that he's been living like that than he hasn't been living like that.
Right. Right.
And that's going to be a very difficult thing. And that's why Robin's going to get what's coming to her. And she could sit there and enjoy every moment of it. I just want to go back to one more thing, too. What did Robin think she was doing standing behind Kody with that chainsaw screaming at him? What did she think that was going to do when the tree fell on top of her? Like, like, for what? That was the dumbest crap I seen in at least the last, you know what? This show always has some dumb shit on it, so I can't even say that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen, but that was so stupid. That was so dumb.
Well, it gives her a little cover. Because that way, if something were to happen to him, she could say, I was trying to tell him not to do it, you know.
That insurance policy must be real juicy
Yeah.
because
She tell the insurance
it's
man,
not
go ahead
worth
fill
it.
that out for Robin Brown. Or she changed her name, Robin Jessup, you know. I tried to tell him don't do it. I'm on tape. You saw me.
Your life can't be worth money. I mean, it's like, what's that saying? Like, you have so much, but it's still not enough. You literally have everything, but it's still not enough. You know what you need. They also want to have everybody's attention on them as well. You want to have all the love and all the attention. Like, I guess they asked Kody in the last episode about the wedding, Christine's wedding, and he looked like he was a little bit sad, and he started talking about the brown mush pit. That was so pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
That was so pathetic. This has nothing to do with you. This is the person you say you did not want anything to do with. So why are you talking about the brown? You can have a brown mosh pit with Robin and her kids in the house.
Yeah.
You can actually go. You can get on the bike that Robin fell off of and ride over to Coyote Pass and have a big mosh pit there with your family, as you like to call them, your family. Imagine what Christine, Janelle, and Leon feel like when they hear Kody say my family, and he's only referring to Robin and her kids. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes me think about his son that he lost. It makes me think about what his mindset was, and it also makes me think about the things that they don't air, because we as viewers look at Kody now and we're like, he's wild in the way he talks. Like, this guy is wild. Like, he has no, like, he not realize he's being filmed. So it makes me wonder about the things that he says to people, including his children, when he's not even being filmed. You know?
Right.
That's the part that's kind of disturbing to me. But anyway, let me not hold you. Those were my thoughts.
I appreciate you calling in. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Wait. One more thing. I know you're a busy person. You got a family, you got a life, you got a lot going on with you. But if there's any possibility that you can have a live call-in chat at any other time during the week other than midnight or 1:00, I will be there for it. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah,
I'm just putting it out there. And down in the chat, a lot of people agree. I'm just putting it out there.
I heard that.
All
I'll take it
right.
under advisement.
All right. Good night.
All right, have a good night. Awesomeness. All right, guys. Actually, let me see one thing real quick. I'll be right back. I have to run and do some stuff real quick. I'll be right back. I am back. I am back. Sorry about that. Don't ever watch Sister Wives and drink a ton of water. Must drink about a gallon of water watching that shit. So mad. All right, guys, we're back in the house. Got Tanya Carter coming up. What's up, Tanya? How you doing?
Hey James, how are you?
Doing well.
Good, good. A couple weeks ago, I have to apologize. I was on and I fell asleep, and you called me up to the stage, and I was sleeping.
That's all right. We be running late. We be running late, so it's not your fault. I'm mad
Oh
at you
my
now.
goodness. I was so embarrassed the next day when I was driving into work and I was listening to the show. I was like, let me go back and see what I missed. And I missed me being called to the stage. I was like, oh my God. Whew.
That's all right. I was having technical difficulties last week anyway, so I thought maybe it was something on my end.
Okay. All
Yeah, it's
right.
no
We'll put it on
worries.
that. We'll put it on that.
Yeah, there you
Man,
go.
Jules
There you
brought
go.
her take on reality, didn't she? I love that.
Telling you, everybody keeping it real. Tonight is the real deal.
Man, so I started thinking, I wanted to ask you when they left because every time Robin comes on, it's like Eeyore. Like everybody will be all happy and excited, and even the people that have been done wrong, come on with a good attitude. And then Robin, who has everything, who won, is coming on there like Eeyore all the time. Well, but when she was talking about the cult, you remember when she was like, when I first met the family and I wanted to be, they were in the tribe hop house and I wanted to be a part of that. And it's like, well, you could have been. Janelle was giving you her part of the house and you didn't want it. And
Right.
then we moved to the cul-de-sac and I thought we had a great thing there and we had to leave. And I was like, again, y'all could have stayed there. But then they really couldn't have, right? Because didn't they have like adjustable mortgages? Or was it just on her house or was it on all four of the houses?
Well, see, here's the thing. My suspicion is that they had adjustable rate mortgages on all four homes. The other three wives at that time might have been able to qualify for an additional conventional loan from that
Mm-hmm.
point after the term of the adjustable rate mortgage. The problem with Robin's house is she already had a lien against her house because of Dayton's ATV accident.
Okay.
Yeah, so she could. It would be very difficult at that point unless she had a substantial down payment to put on the house. It would have been very difficult for her to get a conventional loan or an additional loan.
Okay.
At that point, so I think that's what was the main driver to get everybody out to Arizona. In addition to the fact that kind of what happened in from Utah to Vegas, what they did with Hunter, and then from uh Vegas to Arizona, what they did with um Gabe. Like you think that you can repeat that same source of magic. So when they went out to Vegas from Utah, they split the family up. And Robin and Kody were able to link up, and then they were able to turn it around later and get the cul-de-sac. Once they were at the cul-de-sac, he's pulling into Robin's house. He's spending time at Robin's house from like 7 in the morning to 7, 8 o'clock at night to when he's got to go over with one of the other wives, pull out of Robin's garage into one of the other wives' garages, spend the night there, get up in the morning, go back over to Robin's house.
Mm-hmm.
That creates a problem because they can see that he's
They can
spending
see
all
it.
his time where he's spending his time at. So that
Yeah.
creates a problem. You know what I mean? So when they go out to Arizona, you split them all up again. And that way they don't know where Kody is or what he's doing, because the secret to the sauce too is these women don't talk to each other. So you don't have a situation
Right.
where Mary's going to get on the phone and say, "Is Kody at your house, Janelle?" Or Janelle, call Christine. Is Kody over there? Yeah, I mean, where's he
Mm-hmm.
spending his nights at? And he could have been spending 2 and 3 nights at Robin's house. And the other women would never know.
And he did that on purpose. He triangulated them to where they were always against each other and at each other's throats,
Right.
that he could be doing whatever he wanted and knowing that they weren't talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Yeah. And I feel like when they were at the cul-de-sac, the others, the OG3 were handling business because they've always handled their business. They were putting equity into their homes while him and Robin were having the honeymoon experience and probably not paying their mortgage. and they probably looked over at the other three houses and were like, hey, if we move to Arizona, we can get the equity out of those houses, put it on one spot. And you've said this before.
Mm.
And then that way do basically what they've done today, is get all the money.
Right. Right.
Um, but yeah, I liked what you said earlier about, because I was I always get so frustrated with Mary and Janelle, and I'm like, man, like, you got the lawyers too late. We ask him one thing and then we don't hear from him. He goes silent. It's like, because that Joker is playing y'all. He's been playing in
Right.
your faces for 30 years, and you let him. And then I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's their culture. But you're right. The same way they were in a culture that taught them, you just basically are subservient to this man. He's been brought up in the culture that you gotta basically use these women and get what you want from them. So yeah, it's like, if we forgive them, should we forgive him too? I mean, that's a good point.
Mm.
It's a really
Yeah, I
good
say hell
point.
no. Hell no.
No,
Hell no.
no.
Everybody's responsible for their wrongdoing. You don't get to do something. Oh, he was a victim of such and such, so he gets to do a pass when it comes to him victimizing somebody else. No.
No,
No,
absolutely
you
not.
absolutely don't. Because you know what it. And the thing is that with all of them, especially from Kody's perspective, you know what it's like to have a stressed relationship with your dad, because he had a stressed relationship with his dad. You
Hmm.
know what it's like to grow up in a household where maybe your dad didn't do the right thing by your mom, because
Yeah,
he had another woman that, basically, Janelle's mom was kind of like Robin was to, his dad, his mom. Like, you watched that, you saw the pain in your mom, you saw what that did to people, and you still decided that this is something you want to participate in. So how much grace can I give you? Like, after a while, it kind
absolutely.
of. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Absolutely. No, I mean, that's exactly right.
Mhm.
He was killing me tonight though with the it's so funny because I drug my husband into Sister Wives and now he's all up in it. But I was just yelling at the screen tonight every time he had the nerve to say, and I put my money into this, and it was my money. That it's like, bro, you
Right.
exploited your wives and kids on this show for every single penny you have. You didn't put money into anything. Like, the whole time I was like, Kody, shut up. You don't have any money. You and Robin are the two people out of the five that don't actually have a job. These women have outside income outside of Sister Wives. You and Robin just sit down and get a paycheck, and you're gonna sit here and say it was my money and I actually I bought this property over here by myself and I had this. It's like, stop.
Right. Right. Well, because even with that, like, let's put it where the ghost could get it. If you were in a relationship, right, and you and your husband, you guys are in a relationship, and there's going to be times, and this is any relationship that you're in. Forget all that manosphere bullshit that Kody ascribes to. Any real relationship, when you do real time relationships, you have even a monogamous relationship, you're going to have times when you're up and he's down. You're going to have times when he's, up and you're down. You're going to have time when you're both up, and you have times when you're both down. Like, it fluctuates, it changes, because that's how life works, right?
Hmm.
And because you're both there and you're in it together, you're in the trenches together, you're fighting with one another. When he gets something, you get something. When you get something, he gets something. So there's no way in the world you can sit there and say that because I was here and I put my money on this property and I did this and this, that. No, you guys all contributed. So if anything, even if Janelle didn't come and hand you a check to put on that property, the fact that she was paying into a fund that was taking care of your bills, that's what gave you the opportunity to take that money and put it on Coyote Pass or whatever it is you were doing with it. So she is in part responsible for your success, at least in part responsible for your success. You understand what I mean? This is that weird part where if you have somebody who, a husband or wife goes to medical school and the other partner goes to work and they're taking care of the family. And then when the one partner graduates medical school, they want to turn around and say, look, I did this by myself. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. The other person kicked in and helped your ass. You would be nowhere near where you are now without that other person. And Kody would be nowhere near where he is now without those 3 women that he's running into the dirt right now.
Absolutely.
It just is what it is.
Absolutely. I always wonder, like, when by the time these episodes air and Janelle and Mary see how much playing and fun time Robin and Kody have on Coyote Pass, because before this stuff airs, you
Right.
know, they're thinking they're just at their house and Coyote Pass is just sitting out there with tumbleweeds rolling around and nobody's handling business and it's just sitting there. It's not until the episode airs that they're like, "What the hell? They're out there playing around on the thing." I
Yeah,
need to get a lawyer.
that's what I'm saying. Like you guys sit there, Janelle living in trailers and student apartments, Mary's in a rental. Like, and they out there, they bought a little McMansion, a big old house for Kody to be comfortable in.
Mhm.
Then he has $1 million playground because that's what that is.
Yeah.
It's a playground.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be hot as hell. I'm telling you, I will be hot as hell. This conversation, like the Lord bless people, and He blessed me because He won't put me in that situation because I don't know how I would handle it. But I'm telling you, I would not be as cool as Mary and Janelle. Oh well, we just gonna call the lawyer and see how it goes because I don't want to create no problem. Oh, it's gonna be some problems. Especially if I
Absolutely
find
not.
out you out there playing on it. And then what
Yes.
makes it here's the even crazier part. Here's the crazier part. And I didn't think about it till just now. Remember when Robin was out there riding around on Coyote Pass and she did that little ramp jump and she potentially could have, got hurt. She could have crippled herself out there.
Yeah.
Right? That piece of land where she was, I'm not sure, but I have to look at it. There's a possibility that piece of land is actually the land that's owned by her, Janelle, and Mary. And so that puts them in a situation where they could be liable
Oh
for
my
her getting
God. I
hurt.
didn't even think of that.
And she can fuck around and sue them because she went out there
Yeah.
and got hurt on on their property. Like
I
that's a
didn't even
thing,
think of that.
you know? And that's crazy to me. And you guys are out there playing on it. Like I didn't give you permission to go out there. And then Janelle, remember when Janelle was moving around and Kody told her that she needed to go back and ask permission
Oh
so that she
yeah.
could stay there
Oh
because
yeah.
you don't want to be on one of the other wives' piece of property, but they're out there riding motorcycles all over your stuff.
All kind of
What?
restrictions.
Yeah, what? Like I said, we been, I don't know. You got me stuttering now. Me and Kody would have a problem. Like I'm just
I'm
saying, we
saying
have a problem.
he got the right ones because
Yeah,
I'm petty as hell. I would have put flag markers around my little area of the land and been like, "Don't put a toe on my part."
right. We'll fence that. I'd have fenced it.
Fence it out exactly.
It might have been temporary, but don't touch my fence
uh-uh.
until we figure out what we're doing.
They're a trip. One last thing that had me cracking up tonight too. When he had the appraiser out there and he was telling him the story about how him and his kids, when they first got out there and they were looking at the little runoff, which he calls a pond, and he's telling the appraiser, "Oh, and me and my kids jumped in here, and it's the second time in my life I've gone skinny dipping, and we were just playing in this." The look on the appraiser's face is like, "Bro, do you not realize this is not a pond and how it's like a cesspool that you had your kids playing in? Are you
Right,
dumb?"
right. So you had your kids playing in the sewer. Oh,
Yes, and you see the two big pipes in the background that literally run off into that thing.
right.
Cody's so clueless, and he's sitting here thinking he's telling this amazing story and got this guy impressed, and the guy's just like, "You're an idiot."
Yeah, yeah. How to lose custody. That's what that's called. They should have called that losing custody.
Oh my God. Cody's a trip.
He's something. He's something.
Cody is a trip. Oh well, I'll let you go though. I know you got
All right.
people waiting.
But I appreciate it. Thanks for getting you got through. You got
I got
through.
through. I got through. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I was able to stay up.
Awesome. Yeah, I already got the hint. We gotta start scheduling some stuff during the day. So I'll
Yeah.
make that happen.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely jump in.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for calling in.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. All right. Next up, we got Caramel Cuties in the house. What's up, Caramel? How you doing?
No, I'm irritated.
Oh, uh-oh.
It's the night. I'm sorry. Tonight's episode just irked my everlasting soul. I took a couple notes and I'm gonna be real. Like all I put under Robin is always a fucking victim. Like
Yeah.
she can never tell a story that either doesn't make her seem like she's the hero. You know what I'm saying? Like it's always the ER moment. I'm just so sad and what I wanted. And you actively helped destroy this doggone family.
Right.
You actively played a role. And when you didn't play your role, I'm sorry, you were complacent to Cody playing his role. So
Hmm.
you didn't give a damn about the other kids. You didn't give a damn about the other wives. You allowed it to get to where it's at now. And now you want to go and play victim like this is not what I wanted. I wanted to be a family. I dot 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 whatever. 'Cause it's all BS to me. Cody, yeah, I'm sorry. He's triggering me to the old me. The 20-year-old me would have hopped in the car from Utah, rounded up all my girls, and I'm gonna catch a case because I'm beating the
Right.
dog hell out of him, her, the kids, and whoever else. Well,
Same
not the
back
minor
to
children, but the adult children. Like y'all
yeah.
all can get it. I'm just swinging, and whoever I hit is who I hit. Run me my money. Run me all my coins, because y'all done played in my face. Y'all done played with me way too much. And to hear Mary say, now I knew Leon when she first went off or he first went off to college that they were
Mm,
saying it was too expensive. So whatever the allocation of funds for college was supposed to be per brown child, we all knew Mary's kid was not going to have to be in that category because Mary was going to make sure she was going to pay whatever she had to pay. We
mm,
all thought Cody go get the child the car. But nobody knew at the time it was Mary making the payments because it seems like that was Cody's job. He
mm,
bought them a car at 18 because I guess that's what his daddy did to him, and that's what it was supposed to be. But to know that all these years, Mary equally contributed financially, regardless if she only had one kid or she had 10 kids, she still contributed to the pot. And I want to say she probably contributed way more than Robin did. But to
right.
not get back out of the pot what she put in, there's no way you can tell me prior to catfishing, prior to the legal divorce, after all of that, that Mary still contributed to the pot and got nothing out of it.
Right.
What
Right.
took you
No.
so long?
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem though, is that and this is what drives me crazy with that whole situation because Mary, like I saw a video came to my attention, and Mary had made the position that, she was responding to people that said that she didn't know her worth and this, that, and the other. And she does understand her worth, but she made a decision to stay in a relationship, realizing her worth. She decided to stay in a relationship, and she did that because of her commitment to the relationship. And I get that. And I can respect that. You decided that you were going to be married. You made a promise. You were going to do that. But at the same time, like, it just bothers me because it doesn't, like, I have a sense of right and wrong. And it
Hmm.
doesn't seem right to me that you're going to, like, and I hate the fact that, and here's another thing, just as a side note. Sorry, I'm kind of skittering about, but I hate the fact that it's about money. But
Hmm.
money is the one thing that we can track. And it's the one thing that I can look at and say, you put in 50, you should get 50 back. You put in
Hmm.
100, you should get 100 back. I can't say that about time. I can't say it about love, attention, affection. I can't say it about those things. I can say it about money. And
Right,
you put in so much money, you put in so much critical resource, and you get nothing back. Not only do you not get your return, but he tries to screw you out of the little bit that you do have. Like, that's
right.
crazy to me. Like, it's just crazy. So um,
I wouldn't have wrote that last check. When she
no,
slid that comment about throwing Janelle under the bus, I wouldn't have handed that check over without we gonna get on the phone, we gonna look up Google, we gonna call somebody to come out and survey the land. Otherwise, if I don't, I'm like Medea, if I don't get my land, ain't nobody getting their land.
right,
We're gonna let it go because at the end of the day, y'all not gonna keep screwing me over. That's
right.
what's not gonna happen, and that leads me into Janelle, which I like Janelle. I'm not gonna say I don't. But these last few episodes, and maybe one of the other content creators, their post when saying like, technically speaking, Mary paid on land that her parcel of land was already paid off. So they were getting more money out of Mary when it wasn't necessarily needed. I don't necessarily know how true it is because I don't look at those legal paperwork. But if that is the case, Janelle was wrong.
Mm,
If she was the bookkeeper for the family and she knew how much was going in, what was supposedly paid off and not paid off, and yet you still got more money out of Mary, that was wrong.
right.
That
Well,
was
because
just wrong.
I think the way they try to figure it is, and this is the part that chaps my ass. So when I go with that check, it's not just about the appraisal, but like I said from the beginning, if I show up with that check, we're changing the titles. We're changing deeds. Once the land is paid off, you can redeed that land to whoever you want. So once
Hmm.
I come down there with my check and we pay this off, we're going to redeed it so everybody's name who invested in this property appears on every parcel of land. Period. Right? Because I
Correct
think that what
reason.
what they were referring to is that there were two parcels of the four parcels that were paid off outright.
Hmm.
Right? And then you had two parcels they had to pay on. But because
Hmm.
they were selling it as a package deal, if you didn't pay for all four parcels, you lost all four parcels, even though two of them were already paid off. That's how
Correct.
Kody was able to put leverage on them by saying, I don't have the money. Oh, well, guys, I ain't got it. And he made them kick up the money, the rest of the money to pay it off. That's how he
Right.
did it. But if that's what it takes, like you said with Medea, I'm not paying nothing until we change the title of the land. Otherwise, we all gonna lose.
Yeah.
We all gonna lose. We all gonna miss out. I'm not paying nothing. I'm not giving you not one more red cent
Nope.
until we fix this. You know what I mean?
And as
Because
a
Kody
matter of
went down
fact,
to the
y'all should
title
be
of the
paying
land.
me some money at the end of the
Right,
day. Robin should have wrote out in her little checkbook. Cody should have wrote in his checkbook because it doesn't make sense. And for me, if it don't make sense, it ain't taking my money. And that's just
right,
how personally I feel. Kick religion, relationships. I'll cut my own mama off over $1. Like I don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. But I get it. They're not from the normal situation that you or I may say we come from. And I
right,
can understand that only to a certain degree because religion to the side, being in a cult to the side, at one point all of y'all have the choice to choose, right? They all said if I don't like this lifestyle, if I choose to leave, I can leave at any time I want to. Nobody held a gun to their head to make the choice that they made. And
right,
so I feel like they entrusted Cody way too much. That man can't he can't tie his own two damn shoes on most days, it seems like. So there's no way him being the husband could he lead them anywhere. And from
mhm,
what they had told even prior to Robin coming into the family, he didn't always make the most sound financial decisions.
right,
So
right,
once again, I know Robin pushed that patriarchy and he's the leader and he should lead the family way more than the OG3 did. But even for those three women to try to slowly conform to that, he leading y'all straight to hell. So what's the point in following this man?
right. Well, I
But
mean,
as you see, look where they ended up.
because I think that even with Robin pushing it, I think part of the reason why Robin was pushing the whole idea of Kody being the leader is because it's easy. It's easy to push the figurehead when you're the person pulling the strings. Like if
Hmm.
she's the one who's directing Kody and forcing Kody and shaping Kody and his mentality, his positions, his attitudes towards things, and she's the one that's ultimately making those decisions. Yeah, I want everybody following him because he's under my control. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And that also, and I discovered this when I was a kid. Like story time. When I was a kid, I did this choir, right? I was part of this choir, and as part of this choir, it was a church choir. I also worked in a place where like I worked in the offices where the church was. Right, so
Hmm.
I was in the choir. I was in the church. I worked with the priest. I was in the choir. The one priest, the head of the church, the pastor wanted to change it to gospel. And so what he did was he went to the assistant pastor, had him come to the choir and say that I have a new procedure, I have a new policy that I want to implement. All the people in the choir got all riled up, and they went back to complain to the pastor about what the assistant pastor was doing. But the assistant pastor was only doing what the pastor wanted. So you were actually, I was watching these people come, and I'm trying to tell them, like, no, 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 no. I'm watching these people come back and tell the pastor all the trash they talking about the assistant, not realizing they're actually talking about him. And I think
Yeah,
that that's exactly what Robin did, because by the pastor doing that, it gave him the cover, because when they didn't like it, he could hide back and play ignorant. And I had no idea that you guys were upset. And wow, this is crazy. And he could do all that, but it was actually him. And I'm
right,
watching Robin do it in real time, because she sits there and she'll have Kody put stuff out. And then when the women come back and they want to get all the girls together and complain about Kody, the evil man, they don't realize they talking to the person who masterminded the whole damn plan. You're
right.
talking to the mastermind. You're complaining to the one who did it. And then she played, oh, I had no idea that this was going on. And she goes right back and tell Kody to do whatever he's going to do. It's crazy. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, the whole setup never made sense, but I think they all, well, everybody but Mary kind of figured it out. Janelle figured it out. Even though Mary said it, you can tell which wife Kody was talking to by the way he talks afterwards or if he changes his mind. But I think she was extremely gullible and too trustworthy to believe that they genuinely wouldn't screw her over. When
Mm-hmm.
sad to say, I mean, I've seen some of the text messages that Robin was putting out saying that Mary was a bitch and no wonder she only had one kid. And Robin spoke real ill about Mary. And this is
Wait,
the
wait,
woman
wait.
that gave up the most.
Hold on.
Yeah, like
Robin
in the
put out a
beginning,
text saying what?
there was another content creator had posted a video like over a year ago, and it was supposedly Robin texting one of her friends, talking real bad about the women, but mostly about Mary, and saying like
Wow.
Mary's a bitch, and
Okay.
there's no reason why she only has one kid. She would never have a kid
Oh,
for her, even though we all seen on TV that she freshly out of the womb, I'll carry a baby for you. So Robin didn't like Mary from what it seemed like and played the role to get her position. And it worked. And that's why when Mary said, like, hey, I'll call you, we can get together during COVID, what did Robin do? She didn't even call her back.
right, right,
But wants to sit on TV and cry and complain that nobody wanted her during COVID or her kids when Mary was sitting there abiding by the COVID rules, staying home by herself. And when she reached out, it was crickets.
shit.
Robin never gave a damn about that woman. She
Yeah, I
came in the
agree.
family with an agenda, got what she wanted, tore the family apart. With Cody's help, of course, because he ain't innocent neither. And now
Right.
she's sitting back on her high horse trying to play the victim. But
Mm-hmm.
you're not. She was an avid participant the whole damn time.
Right, right.
That victim card only works on Cody. It don't work on nobody else.
Right, right.
Yeah, but it's this is all it's crazy to me, and it will be funny to see how this ends up because as far as we all know, they haven't sold Coyote Pass. I don't think they've changed ownerships regarding the parcels and who gets what and where. So it just at this point seems like a storyline.
Right,
Now we're
right.
all just going to sit on the edges of our seats to see what's going on. But the best one that came out of that whole ordeal was Christine. She gave that land back and walked away, kept the proceeds of her house and didn't move
Right.
it. And you had said earlier about the whole child support thing. I believe it too. I think David played a lot behind the scenes and probably pushing Christine into making that decision. And I ain't mad
Mm-hmm.
at it because I think
No,
they all should have did it.
no, no, not at all. Because I think that
Janelle
this
should have done it, especially, Savannah's last year of high school was the year that he dogged her out the most.
right, right. And I'm gonna say this. I'm just being frank. Like I look, if you dating somebody or you're married to somebody, I don't mind doing for it because that's part of the deal. You get with
Mhm.
somebody, they have children. That's part of the deal. I understand it. That is what it is. But what's not going to happen? This dude's not getting a free ride. Like he's not just going to sit back and skate. So if you make a baby, you should be responsible for your child, and that goes beyond. Again, the money is just something that we can quantify. But it
Mm.
goes beyond just the money. You need to pick up the phone and call her. Because I would have called dude up. Like I would have called Kody up and told him, like, Truly's got such and such going on. You need to reach out to her and tell her what's going on, or you need to call her or come by, or she come see her graduate or a little school presentation. She looking for you.
Right.
And that's just you being a dude who's involved in her life and you looking out for her best interest. So you saying you need to come in, step up, and be that dude. I'm here because I'm with your ex or whatever, and I'm filling a role, but I'm not replacing you. You're her
Right.
father. She knows who you are. She's looking for you to be in the audience when she has things going on. And when you're not there, that's going to hurt her. And because I
Right.
have a commitment to her mother, and by me having a commitment to her mom, I have a commitment with her also that I'm going to look out for her. I'm telling you that you need to have your ass there, or at least have a good reason as to why you're not there. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's just real talk. And I just think that that's kind of where David is coming in. And I think that those are the kind of conversations that he's having with Christine, you know?
I mean, it's sad to know that Kody went to court and fought for 3 kids that weren't his
Yeah.
to legally adopt and to take care of financially, to love and show affection and attention to. But he ignored quite a few of his own biological kids.
Right.
You don't get
Right.
credit for being the man for somebody else's kids and not your own. Not my book.
Right. And he
But
said he going to war. He said, I'll go. I'm ready
mhm,
to war. I'm ready to rain down holy hell for
he
these
was
kids.
he had no problem going to that place, according
Right.
to
Yeah.
him.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah, no. Which and but he fought that fight and it didn't need to be fought because
Hmm.
the kids still went 2 weeks after being adopted and still went to go see their dad. So there was
Yeah.
no
I don't
point.
even think it was 2 weeks. I think it was like that. Like, I think
It
that
was
was the
close.
trade-off. Like
Yeah, like it was
Robin
close.
told the dad, like, okay, if you sign the paperwork, I'll send the kids down and you can start seeing them.
Mhm.
Which tells me that you are holding them back. You were
Mhm.
holding them back so they couldn't see their father. And that makes you a shitty person. Like if you were
But no,
holding your kids
no,
back,
they were
it
seeing
makes you
him though.
terrible.
Remember, like they had to do Christmas late when they first moved into the houses because the kids were in Montana with their dad.
Right. Well,
So
well,
they
they
didn't do Christmas on time. They had to push it out after like January 2nd or something because the kids were going up to Montana to see their dad. So it wasn't like when the show started, the kids weren't seeing their dad. It may not
right.
have been on a regular routine or schedule, but they were still going back to go see that man.
Well, it was when they first got to the houses because the part of the big deal was Robin wanted to make sure they saw the house before they went to go see their dad. But there
Hmm.
was a space between the time when they first got into the houses and to where they started shooting the whole adoption scene.
So from
Because
what
they
I
were
can
in the
remember, and I don't remember exactly which because I just did the rewatch over the summer. So there was the time when they first moved in the houses. There was another time when they were saying it was like summer because they were asking about the weather and they were like, "Oh, we thought we were leaving the heat, leaving Vegas, but it was still hot out there too." So I know that they did on film at least twice go visit their dad
right.
before the adoption story started.
Well, the second one, when they talked about it being hot, that was when they came back from seeing their dad after the adoption. The first
Okay, so I could
times,
be
yeah,
wrong.
yeah, the first time. But you also have to keep in mind that when they first got into the houses, they were in the houses, everything was set up, everything was cool and copacetic. And she wanted to show them the big house. Look at the big house that we have, and it's so beautiful. And then she sent them off to go stay with the dad for a little bit. It wasn't long after that that Dayton got into his accident because they were in those houses when Dayton crashed the ATV.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Yep.
was the ATV accident, the medical bills from that accident that Robin used to basically extort that man out of his parental rights
Yeah.
because she had said that you owe the money, even though he wasn't there and
Right.
Kody was there.
Right. But not only
He
that,
was
she
speaking
wasn't
away.
even paying her half of that bill because then they take out a lien on her house because of the
Yeah, they took
bill.
the lien out on the house, which is why she couldn't refinance the house. In my belief, she couldn't refinance the house to a conventional loan. So even if they wouldn't have moved from Las Vegas to Arizona, Robin was going to lose her house. That's why it was. That's why Kody was saying it doesn't matter because where we go one, we go all. And he was doing
Right.
all that. We're all in this together bullshit because Robin was going to lose her house, and
But
she had even
Christine still
said,
had a bill too. She was paying her bill every month, but I'm sure without Cody's help. So what was the problem?
well, with the lien, well, because You figure she had a lien because of the medical bills, and if she was spending money and shopping the way
No,
she
I know.
was, that was money that was not going towards savings. That was money that wasn't going towards paying any of those debts off. So she was going to lose the
Right.
house,
But
and
let
that's
her
where
tell
it
it
was.
now. She learned to save, and what other moms did with their money, they didn't save like she did. Robin ain't saved a penny a day in her life. She don't
Right.
even know what that means. That's a foreign term to her. But I'll let you go. I know you got a lot more people because I can continue on and on.
Well, thank you for calling in. Appreciate you.
All righty, have a good night. I'll be
All right,
back in
you
the
too.
chat.
All right, take it easy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carmel Cutie is one of our moderators coming through. Next up, we got Rise. Rise, what's going on?
Hey, okay. I'm going way back to the beginning. Note to self, I think it was. I've been watching her, and she said, um, what was it? In the first episode, Kody was already married to Robin. When that first episode came on, because remember it was so the way they shot it, it was kind of weird. Um, during the wedding part or something, but she said they were already married. And I said, that makes more sense because remember, I think it was the part where she said she asked her father would he dance with her or something, and then it flipped to something else. I have to go back and watch it because I've been watching a lot of her shows, Note to Self. And then it was
Mm,
another that okay, and then I've been feeling so sorry for um the ladies and the children and all that. I feel more sorry for the children. The mothers, I'm talking about Mary, Janelle, and Christine. They're all
mm.
scam artists also because they were all part of that selling app where you sell all these different items and it was a scam.
Are you talking
And
about the multi-level marketing businesses?
yeah,
Yeah.
and I was watching Mary. Her birthday was I think was last Thursday or something. And oh my gosh, she's a child. But moving on, she said, "Oh, if you buy this, you get a present and all this type of stuff. You get a prize." And it was 54 prizes and all this baloney. And I'm using baloney,
Uh,
um, poop. But she was selling those products. And then Janelle and her daughter, they're selling that, and Christine, they're selling that drink. That's all a
yes.
scam. Those are all scams. And then on
Yeah.
top of
Yeah.
that, they're getting paid $100,000 per episode. How many episodes is it this year?
Well, it's 23, 24, something like that. Maybe 26 on the outside.
Maybe maybe my math is off. That's over $1 million a year this year.
Right.
Maybe they didn't
Yeah,
get
they're
it
making at
last
least a
year.
million this year. A
Thank
piece.
you.
Yeah.
I mean, I could feel sorry for them for the last, let's say, 30 years. That's fine. But right now, they're living large. They're living better
Yeah.
than me. I mean, but there's people here. I live in California, and I was I wasn't that close. I lived in Long Beach. I
Mm,
mean, not even 20 miles over. It was the fires, and these people they lost everything. And I'm talking about people that made under 100,000 a year, bought these homes in the '80s, paying what 89,000, and won't be able to rebuild their homes. And I don't know. I just it's hard for me to feel sorry for them.
right.
I'm so
Right.
and they come on there and said, "Oh, basically poor me." No, I don't feel it right now. They're living a lifestyle. I see them driving their very nice SUVs. I mean, Robin, I know she's a bottom feeder. I get it, but they allowed it. All of them allowed it. They allowed Kody to mistreat them. They allowed it. They only, like I said, only person I feel sorry for is the one that passed away. And then it was and I'm skipping. And then there was a part on there last year when he was texting people back and forth, and he texted the crew. I'm angry at you basically, but I'm happy that I have these memories. And I'm like, oh my God, poor dude. I
Right.
mean, I don't know. It's just, I don't know if it's the fires or whatever, but I don't feel sorry for these women this week. Maybe next week, but not this week.
This week, they
Not,
don't get a pass, huh? They just
they don't get a pass. Now when these people are struggling over here and they over there, buying homes and stuff. But that's just me. That's it.
I feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
But that's all. I mean, hopefully next week it gets better. But Kody's gonna be Kody. In 5 years, Kody is not gonna have a dime. I mean, after the show ends, I guarantee in 5 years, Kody won't have a dime. He'll be selling that house. You know.
Yeah, yeah. If they don't manage it properly, because that's the whole thing, is that
Mhm.
this money is not guaranteed. It's an opportunity. It's not
Right.
a career. So if they don't manage it properly, they can bleed through all that money fast.
Correct.
You know.
I mean,
So yeah.
it's gonna definitely be gone. And
Mhm.
Robin, she's gonna be back in what's the old town that she was in before? She'll live okay for a minute. She'll be selling those $200 or $300 purses that she likes to buy, or $1,000 purses and necklaces that she loves to buy. She'll be selling it all with her daughter on eBay. I don't know. I don't know. But that's it. I know it's late where you're at. It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
No, I think it's a
But
little later than that. I don't even want to look. I'm scared to look at this point.
but
But I
that's it.
appreciate you.
Wait, one more thing. When
Sure.
you gonna start having the pay thing? Um,
Oh, the memberships. Yeah, I was supposed to be.
yeah,
YouTube had contacted me about that, so I wanted to work it out so that I can give the best possible memberships that I can, like, do as much as I can for folks, so that it's worthwhile. But yeah, it is coming. It is coming. But I just
yeah,
want to make
because
sure I do roll it right.
yeah, because like the lady before, a couple of months before her, she said, "Oh man, it was so late." Well, you can do multiple ones during the week,
Hmm.
and or one or two during the week, and it could be like an hour and talk about everything. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it's
yeah.
yeah, but
Get it
that's
in.
it.
All right. Well,
Hmm?
thank you so much for the suggestion. I appreciate you calling in.
Bye
Have a
bye.
great night. Awesomeness. Awesomeness. And I think, okay, we just got Gigi and then we have Tammy. I see you, Tammy. I haven't forgotten you. All right, Gigi, what's going on?
Hey, James.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing excellent. Excellent.
I'm glad that Roz brought up the MLMs because I kind of want to piggyback on that.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm about the same age as these people. I hit my double nickel yesterday,
Oh, okay. Happy
but
birthday.
I just I know people are different, and I will never understand for the life of me why Kody never grows or learns or changes. It just drives me insane. I understand that, from what I've read, MLMs are kind of part of like Mormon culture. A lot of Mormons do that.
Hmm.
But I mean, he's had like, he even said tonight, this is all stuff from all my failed businesses.
Right, right.
And I mean, just moving from Vegas and now this, like, I just and buying a $2 million house and David Yurman jewelry, and I mean, I think he's trying to keep up with the Joneses and feeding his narcissism, but I just don't understand. It seems like the women are learning some. It may
Hmm.
be late, but on the other hand, it's never too late. But oh my goodness gracious, he just cannot evolve as a person, and it baffles me. Sometimes they say, maybe he's like one of those young souls where this is his first go around
Right.
on earth. Uh, it just kills me. I mean,
I just don't understand why wouldn't, you know, he have a financial planner,
Right.
something. They should, I just fail to understand it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing too, is that the problem they have, or at least with Kody, is that he, because he thinks he's too smart by half. That's what they used to say when I was a kid. Thinks he's too smart by half, and he doesn't open himself to the one simple note of being an intelligent person is recognizing when you don't know something. You don't have to know everything. You can't be a master of all things. So if you have this opportunity and you're presented with this sum of money, you have to learn how to deal with this large sum of money, which you never had in your life before. So you have to, there's a learning curve on it. And like you said, like you could reach out to, if you want to get in real estate, you want to really drill down into that, investing in real estate, find somebody who does real estate investing. Learn, ask that person to be your mentor. Ask that person to teach you things. Take some classes. You know what I mean? But you can't just sit around and because you hear something and watch some, watch some YouTube videos and think that you can go out and start investing hundreds of thousands of dollars of your family's money and everything is going to be okay. There's tax implications that, like, there's people, like, you can screw around with your wives and you can screw around with your family. But if it comes to something like the IRS, you can't trifle with the IRS. You can't tell them, yeah, I'll get back to you,
Yep.
or I'll call you when it has to do with your business. Because the IRS will come and get your ass. Like they have a law enforcement division and they will come and arrest you.
I mean, he's just to me. I mean, he's just this grifter, and he fools himself. And I saw, Maddie had that short-lived podcast, and she even had a little section on there where she talked about how when she was first married and stuff, she was kind of coming up with these schemes and different things, and she said I had to learn. Caleb like sat down and like explained to me, and she's like, finally I got it, that there are no get rich quick schemes in life.
Right.
So, even she got it. I mean, oh my goodness, to be so self unaware. Oh my.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. Because part of it too is that even when we talk about the MLMs, the reality of it is that, like, I can get into it, and the dark side of the MLM prospect for each one of everybody who's involved, especially on Sister Wives, is that it's not a strong indicator of strong character. I'll say it that way. Just because it is a get rich quick scheme, and usually with get rich quick schemes, there's one of two things. One, it's total BS. You're going to lose your money, your investment, right? Because it's just not real. It's a scam. Or two, you're scamming somebody else because there is no easy money. So if you're getting money fast that way, the only way you're doing it is on somebody else's back, their time, their dime, and on their back, or you're the one getting scammed. So it's kind of one of those two things. And with the MLMs, the reason why they're big brand ambassadors, and this is, I guess it is shade. I don't know, whatever. But the reason why they're big brand ambassadors isn't because they're these great business people. It's because you're on TV.
Absolutely.
That's why
1,000%.
you make the money you make. And the sad part is that you make the money you make on the backs of people who like you because they like you on this show. And so, I mean, it kind of is what it is.
Yep. It just baffles me, and all this, and doesn't want to take care of his kids.
Right.
I just can't even.
Right. Well, I
That's
mean,
just what, it just drives me crazy.
Yeah, it puts it in his wheelhouse though. Like I could, like,
Yeah.
like it pissed me off when he said that. Like, cause it just caught. Like, I'll say this: I wasn't surprised when he said that Janelle would take me to court. It didn't surprise me that he said it. It just catches me wrong because when you hear somebody say that, you recognize again that when you're forced to pay child support, you're being asked to pay the minimum. That's not above and beyond money. That's not extra money. That's not, here's something that's a gift money. This is what the court has deemed to be the bare minimum you should have to pay for your child. And he's basically saying, I don't want to do the bare minimum for my kids because I don't get along with their mom. Their mom has nothing to do with your child. And if you can't support your child outside of your relationship with their mother, then there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. And you can't cry and complain that you don't have a relationship with your kids. Sorry, not sorry. It is what it is.
Yeah. And he even has, to me, the mirror of this show that he could learn from. He could watch this and go, oh my God, I said that, I did that. And he just doesn't. Because I feel like the older I get, I realize even more how little I know.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I used to say that. Like, if I knew half the stuff, if I actually knew half the shit I was sure of when I was 18, I would know more than most people. Because, when you're young, you sure, you know exactly how the world works. When you get older, you realize you don't know anything.
But yeah, he's lost, and I can't imagine he's ever going to change at this point. And it's just sad. And I just, the oblivion, I just don't get it. But
yeah.
Well, and I would just want to say thanks to everybody on here. My husband, I'm sure, loves y'all because I don't bug him to watch with me and gripe to him about this all the time. Now I have people to do it with.
Outlet. Yeah. He's like, go talk to them.
Yeah.
There's too much explaining. Like, you have to explain all the parts to show where the outrage is. Like, it's too much explaining. I want to know.
Yeah. And just my last thing, I thought it was hilarious. I don't know, it was last week or week before when you said you were 6'5". I was like, oh my God, James is 6'5". I never would have thought that. I'm only 5 feet tall, and I'm a really bad judge of height because everybody's just taller than me. But I do know extra tall. So I was like, I thought that was funny. I was like, James is extra tall.
Yeah. It's not as exciting as it sounds, trust me.
Well, you can reach things. No.
Right.
That's all. Just, thanks everybody for it's a really cool community. So
oh yeah, great, awesome community. But thank you for being part of it. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate you, and happy birthday.
Night. Oh, thank you much.
All right, happy birthday. Good night. Awesome. Put some hearts in the chat for Gigi for her birthday. Yeah. Next up, guys, I know she's been waiting a while, and she's in it, and she's on it. Coming to the stage, we got Tammy White. Tammy, what's going on?
Hey, I made it. Hey.
Yeah, you in.
I'm in there. First timer.
Okay.
Yes. So first of all, I can't sleep because the plow trucks are going left and right. I'm in Gaithersburg, Maryland.
Okay.
And the plow truck's just going crazy right now. So I'm up with them. And then the Ravens lost tonight. So I'm really pissed off. Had to watch them lose. Then I had to watch this foolishness on Sister Wives. So I said, I'm going to be vamping tonight. I'm up tonight. I'm mad at everybody. And then, so I have a personal stake in this episode because the Tater Farms that Janelle and what's her daughter's name? Maddie bought.
Right.
I'm from Greenville, North Carolina. So I've seen all of these people like in the wild. I don't bother them though, because if you don't got nothing nice to say, I was told, never, don't say nothing.
Right.
But the farm that they bought, like that's where, some of me and my high school friends used to like hang out. And I'm like, damn, they done blew the spot up. Like Like we used to go there and you know what I'm saying?
Are you familiar with it?
I'm very familiar with this farm in and out. So I'm looking like, damn, that go out. That's the barn that's on the property is like, that's the spot. What are they like? Lord, they done blew the whole thing up. So I'm really angry I'm really angry at Kody right now. Like, cause she could have been over there. She done got our spot. Cause this place has been empty for a while.
Okay.
So I'm like, dang. But I just really wanted to say though, to you, James. Like I'm like, I really appreciate it because I was watching Sister Wives by myself. And when I like stumbled upon your page, I was like, what is this? So now I'm like, oh, I found my community. Like I found my, I'm here. I'm here. I have my 18-year-old watching you. He's like, Mom, this man is hilarious. So we just sit back and we vibe and we get our snacks and I actually rather watch you than Sister Wives.
Oh, I appreciate that.
And we need to take a poll because we need you to be the tell-all host.
I'll do it.
I think somebody said in the chat tonight, like, I can see James and Kody rolling around in the first 5 seconds on the set. I'm like, I'm here for all of it.
Yeah, just don't talk reckless. That's the whole thing. Just be respectful, watch your tone, and don't talk reckless. Like, we good.
Because I can see him getting nasty with you.
Right. Yeah, that whole
and all 6'5" of you is like, wait, who is you talking to? Because I ain't one of your ex-wives.
Right. Like, we're not gonna do this. This is not gonna happen.
Right.
It's certainly not gonna work out the way you thought. Like, because in your mind, you come up with these plans. Like, it's gonna be so cool when I look at him and I say this. No, it's not going down like that, player.
Exactly. But I just love you. I just love you guys. I'm tuning in every week. Like, I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm up tonight. And your take on, like, I really connect with a lot of your takes on. I'm like, oh, I never looked at it like that. Like when you was talking about Mary and what's her friend's name? Jen.
Oh, Jen, yeah.
Jen, you and Jen are kindred spirits because a lot of the stuff that you say, the very next week she says it on the show. So I'm like, well, is she watching, James? Like, what she's like? I'm gonna need you to get your stuff copywritten because next time she uses it in the show, like, run me my coins. How Kody's trying to scam them, like, no, I need all of my coins.
Intellectual property.
Well,
some of it though, and that's the weird thing about it. Like, because I can't take credit for all of it. I think it's just like when you look at it, you take a step back. And if you're friends with Mary and this is your girlfriend, because I know how it goes. Like, I've had lady friends before, and they'll have their buddies or their homies, and they'll be on the side and they'll be watching what's going on, and they'll give them the 411 because they're part. They're not right on top of it, but they know just enough where they say, look, homie is doing the wrong thing. He's saying the wrong thing. He ain't acting right. He moving funny. You need to watch.
Yes. Oh my God.
And that's just
Mary, I just look at her and want to mush her so bad because you have people telling you what's going on, and it's this bewildered. I don't understand. Like, to me, she's adopted so much of Robin's personality to try to appease Kody that she can't shake her brain to wake up to say, oh, okay, yeah. Like when Jen brought up, oh, he only made that covenant with Robin is because he was already talking junk about y'all. That's why would Robin make him make that covenant if she didn't already know something?
Right.
And then she was like, oh my God, you're right. And then goes right back to Kody and I'm like, yo, this lady, listen, y'all talk about wanting to get it's Mary for me because she don't listen. Mary don't listen to nobody. Can't nobody tell her nothing. And no, I don't feel bad for her. Oh, I was paying everybody's kids college and I was giving, but no one helped with me. Listen, I got 3 kids, sis. I had stepchildren, but let me explain something to you. My child was taken care of first, and then what was left over was divvied up with the stepchildren. I mean, I love my stepkids. Well, we're divorced now, but I love them. But I'm not gonna take away from my children to provide for other kids because at the end of the day, I'm the only parent besides their dad. They have a whole nother mom and a whole nother stepdad.
Right.
So her, like, you don't get brownie points for taking away from your child. That's why Leon don't like Mary. And now it makes sense.
No,
because you was taken away from me, giving to them, hoping to get brownie points with Kody and Robin. And the whole time, Robin done set you up to get catfish. Because I don't care what nobody. It was Robin catfishing her. That was Robin. It was Robin. And Kody was sitting there pretending to be the man. It was both of them laying in bed, giggling with grapes and fruits and stuff, eating, pretending to be other people. And then they just basically pinned it on this Sam character, whoever.
Right.
It's like Mary, you can't nobody tell Mary. Mary is one of those people that got to just learn the hard way. And then she put on this pitiful, well, Kody said, why are we still, because see, then you could tell Jen is ride or die for Mary, but Jen is also not of the caliber of women that I'm from down south, because at this point, we're not going to talk about Kody no more.
Right.
You going on a date? Yay, nay, whatever, because we're not about to sit here and I'm not going to listen to you whine about Kody for another 2-3 seasons.
Right.
It's done, it's dead, it's over. Meet somebody else. Let's move on.
Right. Well, she only been divorced for a year. That's what she was saying. Yeah. But I agree. Look, I mean, to be honest with you,
you got 1 month to be sad and wallow. After that, if we ain't going to the hookah lounge to get you a link up, I don't want to talk about it. I won't talk about it.
It was over there freaky league.
Like, right, because Jen got a husband, like, okay, we're going to have a barbecue at the house, cookout, whatever. He going to bring his friends, I'm going to bring my friends, and everybody going to be friends. Mm-hmm. Like, Jen, you need to quit talking and start pushing her out there. Push her in the deep end. Right. Because she's sitting here with the little pinky in the pool. Push her in.
Right. Well, because I mean, that's one of the weird things about it, too, is that, like, you have like folks from the older generation, and they'll talk about, you know, how hard dating is now. But call me crazy, but it's you know, even though it's different, it's more streamlined now than possibly it was before. But you can meet people the same way you met people before. It's
absolutely.
It requires a little footwork. It requires a little legwork, a little time, and a little patience. But if you're interested in something, go to the dog park, like Jen has said tonight. Go down to the places you like and the things that you enjoy doing, and try to talk to people in those places. Just put yourself in the situations where you can meet the kind of people that you want to meet, as opposed to staying in your house doing the online thing. Because the secret to the sauce with online, there's a small group of people who do very well online. And those people typically take really good pictures and they have that good game. If you're a normal person, it is so much harder for you to qualify online, just because people will swipe past you and not really get to know you. Whereas if you're a person, you know what I mean? It's easier to get that chemistry, that conversation, for you to have that realistic relationship. But yeah, call me crazy. I'm just that crazy.
No, but then to look at Christine. Christine knew that, okay, I can't really do this, so I'm going to hire somebody that's going to point me and show me how to. See, that's what I'm saying. Like with Janelle, with that, and I love my Janelle. I love my sister girl. But I don't even know where to go to get a release. Girl, you talk to Mary every other episode. She got a release. Right. Why not just talk to Mary? Who did you talk to get the release? So it's like, to me, I feel like they all playing us at certain, because Christine got her man. I don't care what nobody say. Christine went got her man. Right. Mary, you could do the same thing if you really wanted to. Mary and Janelle is still holding out hope for the Kody getting his act right so they can go back. Right. But yeah, Mary can date if she wanted to. I think this is just her. Oh, I got duped, I got dumped, I got like, this is her. I call it the Robin complex. Mm-hmm. So everybody can just feel sorry for me, and I can, like the last caller was saying, how they scamming people. Mary scamming us, bro. She's trying to get us to feel bad for her. And the whole time you got all the, like, bro, y'all got the money, you got the means, and you got the time. Right. But here we are, 2:30 in the morning fussing because they run a game on us, James. They run a game on us. They got us going. They got us going. Cause y'all like, ain't no, you not married. Listen, I know a lady down there, I ain't gonna say what she is, but down the road, they ain't got but 2 teeth in her head. That woman can go out every Friday night and get her a date. Right. You mean to tell me you popular on TV, you don't know how to go out there and get a date?
You can't find a man. Like,
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't nobody on 600-pound life single.
right.
Not near every last one of them got a man or a woman.
And they not only do they have a man or a woman, they got somebody that's washing them, somebody that's on booty duty. Like when they go to the bathroom, they on booty duty.
You feel me?
And they doing all kinds of stuff. They doing stuff for them that they wouldn't do for normal people.
Normal people, right? And I'm looking like, and then you linked in, you already plugged into TLC. Not was that 90 Day Fiance? You got all the other shows.
Right.
Girls, miss me with the woe was me and I can't find nobody, because you can.
She could be on MILF Manor. That could be the next.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, Mary, they bamboozling all of us and we falling for it. But I'm here for it every week. I ain't going nowhere. I'm here for it.
Well, because I'll say this. I think that there's a point too where you can look at some of the elements of the things that they're talking about and you can apply it to different folks. Like I've said for a while now, like I can sympathize with their situation. I say good on them because they chose to leave, and I celebrate them deciding to leave and making that very difficult decision. But once again, I will say that just as I will celebrate them, I will celebrate somebody even more who makes the same hard, difficult decision, but they don't have the same options or opportunities that these ladies had when they made their decision.
Right.
Like, they're walking away with houses. They're walking away with property. They're walking away with fat ass, 6-7 figure checks.
Right.
Women and men who will be in these terrible situations and have to walk out with the clothes on their back and try to figure it out either in a car or a hotel or wherever. So, I mean, we gotta balance it out.
Yeah. Well, I ain't gonna hold you. I know it's getting late. You got other people, but I'm so happy I was able to get in tonight. My first time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on.
And fly, Eagles, fly. Fly, Eagles, fly.
I heard that. Do the bird, yeah.
Yeah. Because I was like, he's in Philly. I was like, I'm only like an hour and 20 minutes out of Philly.
Okay, yeah. Because I'm Maryland. I got a couple of my partners live down in Maryland.
Gotcha. I'm in Gaithersburg. I'm right here. Then you got this inauguration stuff going on tomorrow and Martin Luther King. I'm staying in the house.
Yeah, best move you can make.
I'm staying in the house because again, I'm from North Carolina. I'm from the South, and I'm a country girl. And it's just I still have the country mentality. So I find myself having to stay home when there's a lot of stuff going on because I can't watch everybody's hands, and I'm very nervous out when there's too many people.
And all the yelling and screaming. Yeah, I got you.
And I'm like, it's too much going on because, But anyway, I just want to say thank you for taking my call. God bless you. Keep doing what you're doing. And I listen, my 18-year-old, he's going to Allegheny College for communications. And so he watches you too. And I'm like, yeah, you could get some pointers because representation is important for us. Mm-hmm. And so he's like, oh, well, I can do that. Like I can do that. I'm like, yeah. So he's watching you. He's getting pointers. He's getting his groove, and we just want to say thank you, and we appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing. We'll support you. So. Awesome. And where's the merch? Where's the merch?
I'm gonna have some new merch coming out this year. I promise you. So
okay.
We'll be dropping. So
all right. I was like, I ain't got no merch link or nothing. Like, what is James doing? Like, we can't support. You ain't got nothing to support now.
Chopping the bag.
Come on now. We need the merch. My take on reality. I love it. I'm here for it.
Awesome. Have you if your son is interested, tell him to hit me up. If he has any questions, he can hit me up on MyTakeOnRealityQuestions at gmail.com.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. I sure will. Thank you. I'm probably sure he probably watching. Thank you so much.
All right, you take it easy.
Good night.
Good night. Awesomeness. Next up, guys, we have Alexandra. GF or PF. What's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How's life treating you?
Not too bad. 3 kids at home, so it's pretty busy.
Okay. Busy's good,
Yeah.
Busy than bored sometimes.
Well, that's true. I was gonna just thank you first of all for creating such a community that and having calls, people can call in and talk to you. A unique experience. So I really want to thank you for that.
No worries. My pleasure.
So I wanted to talk about Kody being a terrible, terrible businessman. And the whole scene with the realtor today was a huge example of that.
Mm,
Like, I don't know about you, but I've bought and sold 2 homes with the same realtor.
mm,
And when I wanted a realtor, I had friends who I asked around. I didn't just find a realtor, like some random realtor online. And, and this guy's bought houses in Flagstaff before. So I don't understand why he didn't have a previous contact,
right.
and it just goes back to his whole, lack of judgment in buying that property, and there's no utilities to it. And, so I don't know, there's, he's just too much. So,
Right.
And I don't know, that realtor, he was trying to be nice, but it's like as a businessman, you don't tell him your whole personal story. You just get to the meat and bones of it all. Like, you have a property, you have other people that are on deed, and what do you need to do to sell it? Like, he doesn't need to
Right.
go in this whole story of you, going in your underwear into a poop pond. Like, it's
Right.
ridiculous.
Right. Yeah, me and my kids crawled into the sewer. It was a special day for all of us. Like, what? And I agree. Like, I think that there's a point where the realtor is like, okay, well, I mean, I appreciate you opening up and telling me all this stuff. It's stuff I don't need to know to sell this property. Like, because nobody cares. If people come and they decide, because there's a whole market that they have to try to market that property to. Because
Yeah.
like you said, it has to be developed. It's not something you can just go throw some houses up. Like, so you have to develop the land. I think you have to recondition the land because they do have sick prairie dogs there.
Mhm.
So like the ground is poisonous. So you
Right.
have to redo all that. You have to recondition the ground. You have to develop the property. You have to put utilities in there. And so it's a big expense. This isn't going to be a cheap thing.
Right.
So because of that, you guys might take a hit on the money, but you want the best experience. And you going to go find a guy just because you have a good conversation with him might not be the best move for you. You
Right.
know?
And never mind, they've had this property since what, 2018. They've
Mhm.
been paying taxes on it every year. So that's money lost. Like, just terrible business decisions.
Right.
And
Right.
so that was one thing I want to talk about, just how terrible he is. And then um another little thing. But remember when Peyton was saying about his mom, like, oh, she can do things now, so she's just going to?
Mhm.
Like, that to me spoke so terribly of the community that he was raised in, that there's like no respect for women.
Right.
Like,
Right.
of course she's independent. If she wants to go buy a house, she'll do it. Not she's doing it just because she can. Like, I just found it so disrespectful.
Yeah, that's where they are. She's allowed to do it, so it's okay that she does it now.
Yeah, well, she's allowed to do it, so she will do it. Not because she wants to do it or she has an interest in it. No, it's just because she can, so she will. I don't know. It just, it's too much. This show really frustrates me. And today I feel like Mary because I'm sitting here watching this stupid show and I'm not getting anything out of it. And I'm still invested, just like Mary
Right.
with Kody. So I don't know.
Now,
It's there's a lot there that's with Robin and her sobbing act, and I have so many theories about her, but I know it's getting late. So
I appreciate you calling in and let me and having a conversation with me.
thanks, James. You're really awesome. I really do appreciate this community, and so many people in your chat are so funny, and
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
really nice being able to just go back and forth.
Yeah, the chat makes the group. So I'm just
Yeah.
the guy. I'm just the guy who works in the corner. The chat keeps it lively.
No. That first hour with you going off is the best tonight because, like, we're all frustrated like that. We are invested in the show, but come on, you can't, give us this nothing burger and expect us to keep coming back to the table. Like, give us more
Yeah,
here.
yeah, and that's the weird thing about it because the benefit that the family, because we had talked earlier about them making $1 million this year, like
Mhm.
the cast is making $1 million a piece this year, which is
Yeah.
awesome. Good on you that you're getting that pay raise. However, here's the problem: if you are substantially increasing your pay, and this kind of goes to your the conversation we're having about business. If you're substantially increasing your compensation for participation on this show from the hundreds of thousands of dollars that you guys were making before when Kody negotiated the show because it was failing about to be canceled, he renegotiated the contract so they only got one paycheck as opposed to 4 different paychecks.
Mhm.
You went from that to $1 million per person for the season.
Mhm.
And this is turning out to be kind of the viewership for this particular season is going down steadily, decreasing steadily. That's a bad combination for the longevity of your show. So they're
Right.
paying you more, but less people are watching, which means that they're more likely to say, you know what, this isn't working. Let's
Yeah.
just go ahead and pull the plug on it and be done with it. And TLC is good for cutting TV shows. They're good for taking a,
Yeah, they're not like Kody, just going to sit there and keep investing and investing and
right.
dragging their heels. Like they can make a snap decision, unlike him, who takes 20 years to make a decision, or just makes a decision overnight. And okay, we're hauling the whole family out, even on bald tires. It's ridiculous. And another major thing, I because I have a legal background, all these women now threatening to lawyer up. I'm like, those are hollow words, and you can use them to scare somebody who doesn't know the law. But in reality, they left opportunities for leverage way back when, like you were saying, before they put the money down to close on the loan. Or even when they purchased the property. It should have been, like I know it's tricky with family to put things in writing, but it shouldn't have been. They're all so scared to talk to each other. But this should have been in writing.
Yeah,
It shouldn't,
absolutely.
And now to say, oh, I'm going to lawyer up. Well, what is the lawyer going to do for you? Like, we're not miracle workers. You have to be able to give us something to work with here. And if you've left opportunities for negotiation in the past, what are we supposed to do?
Right.
Like, a lawyer will try their best, but at a certain point, you've made your decisions, and now you got to live with them. And I don't know, it really bothers me to see these people just, like you said, they handed up those huge checks over to Kody with no, okay, I'm doing this. Like, even if they had written a letter saying I'm doing this with the intent of us settling this, 1/4 for each party or something like that, like doing something to explicitly state your intentions in writing, because all these contracts are going to supersede anything verbal. So you can say anything you want, but if it's written on a contract, what you say means nothing.
Right.
So I don't know. It just
well, because I would add to that by saying, one, you want to have things written down, just because, especially when you're dealing with real estate, those type of written codicils are what holds the day as far as real estate is concerned. But two, even family, friends, dude you met in the subway, if you do business, if you can't have these difficult conversations, like, we need to put this in writing, we need to express exactly who gets what, when, and how. If we sell the property, this is what happens. If we keep the property, this is what happens, and write everything out. And if you do that, the best time to do that and to have those conversations is when everybody's smiling and they're getting along and everything is going wonderful. Because you get to the end of it and you try to renegotiate that contract, like now, Kody doesn't want to give you anything. And he's in a position where he doesn't have to give you anything. So now you're kind of relying on his kindness, which also goes, I guess, to my third point, that when you're a good person, part of the, like I have kids, and one of the challenges I have is that you raise your kids to be good, honest people, kind, generous, right? And you recognize that deep down that because they are kind, generous, and they're trusting people, that they could become victims of people who are not kind and generous.
Right.
And that's where kind of I hope Kody does me right. Kody doesn't have, he had no intention of doing the right thing by you. And so he's going to screw you over. And there's no brakes on him doing it, conscience is out the window.
That's right. And now he's mad too, because Janelle took her Plexus or whatever other business it was and went away with those profits. So he's mad that he, can't milk that anymore.
Right.
And, but I agree with one of the previous people that, I can't say phoned in, but you know what I mean? Like that spoke before, was they're all complicit in this, all these women, because, they were doing the food stamps things and they knew they weren't single. They didn't put him on, put him on the birth certificate. And that's another thing. Once he went public, why didn't he put his name on the kids' birth certificates? If he's claiming them as his, he's still, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things they do that's just messed up to the rest of us. That just doesn't make sense. And that's, like, I feel so squirrely sometimes because it's like you can go in so many directions with these people because it doesn't make sense.
Right. I think that he didn't put him on a birth certificate, put his name on their birth certificates because at the end of the day, he wasn't trying to be in a situation where he would have to pay. And he wanted to create as many obstacles as possible. But then at the same time, this is kind of goes back to the whole idea of the legal marriage, because at the same time, he'll say, well, that put my name on a birth certificate, that's for the state. That ain't got nothing to do with and all that craziness. But when you start talking about the legal marriage, I have to legally marry Robin because that's important. When it came time for him to adopt, I have to legally have ownership over these kids.
Right.
Because that's important. And the same, like same, all of a sudden you don't want your name on your kids' birth certificates.
Well, yeah, like if you want to do polygamy, then you got to claim all your wives and claim all the kids and not have these women acting as single mothers benefiting from, the government and all that and feeding your kids off of, like, I'm very liberal, like very, very left wing, but I still think there's got to be a line here because the taxpayers are paying for all that. And he thumbs his nose at the government. And, I'm not getting political. I'm just meaning, like, if you're going to be a polygamist, then be a polygamist and support your whole family, but don't expect everyone else to come in and, feed your kids for you. Like, it's ridiculous. I feel bad for the kids. That's all. Like, the women and him, I could care less about, but the kids that grew up in that, it's not normal.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that there's a point where, I recognize that people can go through hard times. And if you need assistance, by all means, there's no shame in you getting the assistance that you need.
Right.
I think at the same time, if you are having struggles, you don't, what is it? If you find yourself standing in a hole, put down the shovel. Don't keep digging.
Right.
And when I see
don't bring on another wife and, think
another
about
wife
selling your car.
With 3 kids, like that might not be the best move you can make. And
she was so broke. Remember when Kody gave her son $20 for his birthday, and Robin was like, "Oh, maybe you could buy a dresser with that."
Right.
Like, I cannot imagine telling my kid to buy a piece of furniture. Like, they want Legos or whatever. But you know what I mean? It's just they were so broke that's what a gift money was to go for. But yeah, no, I'm if you're in an honest situation, then sure. But don't, on one hand, say, I'm libertarian. I'm doing this all on my own and thumbing your nose at the government, and then reaching out to the government, please, sir, give me, food stamps. Like, it's just so dishonest. I think it's just the hypocrisy of it all.
Right.
So, anyways, that's where I'm coming from. I could go on for so long, but I mean, so many of us are thinking all the same thing, and it's nice to have this sounding board to speak to, and
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate the commentary.
Thanks. I'll be listening. Oh,
have
and
a good night. Oh,
one little thing for anybody who hasn't, go back and watch James's review of the chapters of the Sister Wives books, because you do it so well that that's how I first found you. And it just, when you listen to those chapters now in the review and you watch the show now, you pick up so much of the contradictions in reality and what they're trying to feed you on the TV here, like what storyline they're trying to feed you. So anyways, that's it. Thanks so much.
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. Awesome. Alexandra GF. Alexandra PF. I keep saying GF for some reason. I don't know. Something wrong with me, y'all. All right. Next up, we got Sarah and then Rachel. Sarah, what's going on?
Hi, James.
Hey.
How are you?
Doing well.
I have to whisper because my house is asleep.
No, that's fine.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Well, I was just calling to bring up a point that I had noticed with the OG3, I guess to put a more positive spin on it, that I personally believe they'll be just fine after the show, after this is all over. And if they thought about it this way, where would they be if TLC hadn't taken their family on? The money that they made from the show is more than they probably would have ever made without TLC. And then they got so many different opportunities for their family with it. And like, sometimes when financially stressful things hit me, I think, well, at least I have my health, or at least I have my family or my house or whatever it is that's going on. But at the end of the day, at the end of the show, like, what would Kody have when it's all gone? Like, will he have money? Will he have his kids? Like, can he say, well, at least I have, you know, without the money coming in? So, and then, I don't know if you could still hear me. Sorry, you went black. Like, your screen's black. Or maybe it's me. Am I there? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry. Did I go out for a minute?
No, you were fine. I think I blanked out. But
Oh,
I heard you talking about Kody with regard to the like recognizing what you have and
yes.
realizing that you have things for yourself aside from what they have, because they will be fine financially. And I do agree
Yeah.
with that. Like,
Yeah.
financially, they'll be okay. But I think that there's a cost with being associated with these types of reality shows. And,
Yeah.
you know, you're kind of paying the devil his due when you do these kind of shows.
Yeah. And I'm sure all of them are paying it. But when you think about what Cody's paying, like you said, the cost aside from all of that, Cody's kids are going to see all these things that he's saying, especially tonight's episode, and like what he's saying that he's going to do with their mom's money and the way he talks about them, and the topic of child support, and like you said, not even willing to do the bare minimum.
Right.
And like, worst case scenario for the OG3, I mean, what's the worst? They're going to lose a couple $100,000 from Coyote Pass, but they will still have a relationship with their kids.
Right.
They'll be able to walk away just fine. And it kind of makes me think of that one movie, Diary of a Mad Black Woman, where like, she's finally had it with her husband, and it's like, I'm just walking away. And in the divorce, the attorney's like, are you sure you just want to sign away everything and not fight him for it? She's like, no, he can have it all. I'm done. And she walks away because she knew what really mattered. And in the end, she was just fine with her life. And I feel like whatever financial issues happen at the end of this, the OG3 will be fine. Robin will still be bitter, and Kody will be alone.
Right. Well, because there's what's that old Bible verse? What good does it do a man to inherit the world if he loses his son loses his soul in the process? And I think that's kind of what we're watching in real time on TV. You can learn a lot from the lessons of morality of entertainment, in a sense that Kody, everything that you figure he probably, when he was coming up, and I've said this before in one of my previous videos, that when he started out as a young man, the lifestyle that he's living now is probably the lifestyle that he always wanted to live, to have the cars, the big house, the fancy vacations, the beautiful wife, and all that. These are things that he dreamed about. But upon receiving all those things, he loses touch with everything that actually matters, or everything that is actually important. And so it's like, sometimes it takes some folks a little longer to recognize what's important in life than other folks, because the stuff that you hold on to, like, oh, I'm going to hold on to my wife's hand. You don't have to just focus on your wife, because you don't have to limit your love, attention, and affection to only one person. You can love multiple people, including your children. You know what I mean? You can spend time with them. You could care about them. You don't have to filter everything through Robin. But it just seems like he's missing that key point, And if something does happen to Robin, what do you do then?
Exactly. And like you said, she's not going to be the one holding his hand when he's, when his colon gives out, or when, he has some kind of a cancer. Because it happens to all of us once we get to the upper ages. And like you had said, maybe he did at one time know what he had. You see all those old pictures where he used to kneel down with his kids at night, and he was a family man. And I don't feel like we've really seen that side of him as years went on. And I don't know, like you said, maybe that was reality TV that took its place, and the cost of it. So,
well, the sad part, and this is something that I haven't really talked about on the show. So, premiere. The sad part is that on one side you could say that when Kody was younger, he was more involved. He was more involved as a dad. But the dark side of it is that he may have done those things because, like he said, actually, he gave that intonation in one of his little speeches when he was talking to Mary. I acted that way because it was a duty. When you get married, you're young. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get married. You're supposed to have these wives. You're supposed to have a family. You're supposed to take care of your kids. These are all things you're supposed to do, but these aren't the things that you want to do. The power and the problem with money and having resources is that you can start doing the things you actually want to do.
Yeah.
And so the question isn't whether Kody has changed. The question really is this the person he always was? And I think that that's something that maybe the sister wives, if they actually, the OG3, if they actually sit back and really think about it, is this the man, like the person you're seeing right now, this nasty, bitter dude? Is he the guy who is underneath the veneer of the nice, kind, doting father who used to piggyback his kids around before bedtime? Because if given a chance, would he have been the guy who would have went and got himself a younger girl? Because truth be told, like as much as we talk about Robin, if Kody says like now, oh, I didn't never love the OG3, I never wanted to be with them, I never was in love with them. If you would have met Robin, if we could have aged her up, you're 20 years old, the same time you would have been dating and courting Mary. If Robin was the same age and she was in your social circle, no kids, Mary, no kids, never married, neither one of them never married, you were having trouble. Even to this day, he's talking about all the guys that were trying to get at Robin and he barely got her when he had a TV show and he had a prospect of money. You understand what I mean? You had no chance of getting her when you were 20 years old. Zero chance. And if she had 3 kids, you still would have had problems. The only reason why you got her is because you had a TV show and you had money.
And that's just sad on its own, if that is true.
Right. That's why you got her,
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is what it is. And I think that that's also part of the reason why he latches on to the whole idea of hypergamy, where women are trying to latch onto these guys for advantage, whether social or financial advantage or whatever the case may be. And he latches onto that because that's what he has at home, And so, like when I listen to him do these generalities about how women think and about how men think and how women are only after you for your money, that's because that's the woman that you're dealing with. That's the woman you're dealing with. So that's what you think all women are like. But all women aren't like that, because there are women who will court you, date you, marry you, and you don't have a nickel to your name, and they'll hold you down. And when you up with them. And when you fall down, they're there to pick you up and help you.
Yeah, and he was married to 3 women like that.
Right.
And he lost all 3 of them.
Your bench was deep. But then you turn around and said, I'm going to get me a franchise player. And so now you're a franchise player. She's there. And Robin, and this is I'm not even doing shots on Robin for real. I'm just saying she's there for herself. She's playing the game the way I don't think there's really any confusion. Like, I wasn't confused. I knew why she was there. So I can't be mad at her for doing what she's going to do. What is it? The snake and the frog? The scorpion and the frog. Frog was swimming, walking down the beach, sees a scorpion. Scorpion said, hey, could you ride me across to the island? The frog said, no, if I put you on my back, you're going to sting me. He said, no, I won't, because then we'll both drown. That's stupid. Why would I do that? So the frog puts the scorpion on his back, swims halfway across the river The scorpion stings him. The frog look back at the scorpion and say, "Why'd you sting me?" He's "I stung you because I'm a scorpion." That's what I do. And so if you get a gold digger, you can't be mad that she's a gold digger. You
I
put
mean,
the
she's a
gold out
diesel
for her to
jeans model.
dig.
Come on.
Yeah. You put the gold out for her to dig. Now you surprised she showed with a little hat with the light on the top and a pickaxe. Of course. It is what it is. You know, if you fall off, like I said, if he would have fell off that motorcycle over there on Kody Pass, that was his ass
Yep.
coming off the front of them handlebars, and he landed on his back, and Ed had a life flight his ass out of there. She might have moved out of that McMansion before he got to the hospital.
I agree 100%.
You know? So
yeah.
it is
And
what it
when
is.
you'd said that about the duty and the kids and on the backs and all that stuff, I usually watch the show as if it's the perspective of what the kids are hearing. Because like the previous caller said, the adults are the adults. She felt sorry for the kids. And I feel the same way because they didn't ask for any of this, not even to be on the show. But like when he says things kind of like you were saying about duty and everything, imagine hearing your dad say that you were a duty. I mean, I know we as parents, there are things that we do for our kids where we're like, oh my gosh, what a chore. But overall, I mean, I have so many fond, happy moments with my kids. And certainly I would never tell my kids like, oh my gosh, the moments you were a chore to me. And they'll get it when they have their own kids, of course. But on national TV to refer to that, the way, and not just that comment, but so many other things he says, where if I was his kid, I'd be like, ouch, that's what I was to you. And it would morph all my memories, all my childhood memories, all my understandings when I would see him and my mom together. Like, I can't even imagine how frustrating it is for the kids to see what their dad is saying about their mom. And that part's just heartbreaking. And that's where I hope the show does end, because then the kids can finally move on and not have to hear this crap anymore.
Right. Well, you might be surprised because quiet as kept. Here's James's suspicion. You know, Premiere, Maddie, she had that podcast with her friend Jamie.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden she abruptly ended it because it was no longer in purview of her personal desires or whatever the hell she said.
Right.
I kind of get the feeling because they had kind of shopped the idea that the kids were actually going to get their own spinoff show with TLC.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a possibility we might be seeing the McKelty Peyton show.
Well, that'd be great. Then they'd finally get a paycheck for all the money they brought into the family.
Right.
I mean, when it really comes down to it, it's not even the wives that are getting scammed. It's the kids, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that, I know Kody says it's all about inheritance, but I highly doubt any of that money will ever go to his kids.
Right.
And
if
stuff.
there's any money left.
Right.
You gotta make it to you passing before they can inherit anything.
100%. So
they might inherit a stack of bills.
Oh my gosh! Forget probate.
Right.
100 collect.
You do not want to show up and say you're related to this joker, like.
No, I do not know Kody Brown.
Who? Your father? Oh, I have a father.
Click.
Yeah, right.
Got the wrong number.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Get that.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking the time. I know it's late, so yeah.
Thank you so much.
Right.
I appreciate you. Have a good night.
Yeah. You too. Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
Oh, hello. Jules, what's going on? Did I mute you, Jules? You're muted. Oh, you just have to unmute. And you'll be good to go, Jules. If you're still here. Hello, Jules. I'll come back to you. Just let me know. Just send me a private message if you want to come on. But yeah, you know what? Crazy as it is. Who was this? Co-host was devastated. Oh, caramel cuties. Mark my words, when the show ends, Robin will leave Kody, probably sue him for child support too. Oh, she's suing him for child support. Most definitely. I suspect, Caramel Cuties, I suspect that was the whole reason why she wanted him to adopt the kids. It was twofold. First reason, she wanted him to adopt the kids, and this is probably what she told him, that there, like I said, the whole adoption process started after Dayton got into the ATV accident, and it was my understanding that Robin's ex-husband wasn't thrilled with his kids being on the show in the first place, and then once Dayton got hurt, he wanted to pull support for them being, not only pull support for them being on the show, but he was talking about he wanted his kids. And so that's my understanding. So I think part of the reason why they sued him, it was so imperative that they get the adoption to go through, was because they wanted to make sure that they had control over the kids and the final say of whether they could be on the show or not. Because after all, how are you going to do a show about families when you can't film your family? Just saying. The second part, the reason why I think Robin was so sure that she wanted Kody to adopt the kids was because at that time, like I said, the legal marriage and the adoption, those two things happened around season, I want to say season 5 or 6. By that time, they had bought 4 homes in Las Vegas, and things were moving along financially for the family. So this was a way for Robin to secure herself and for her to secure her children by making sure that she was the legal wife, even though legal wives ain't important. And she also wanted to make sure that her kids were Kody's responsibility in the event that things fell apart. Because had things fallen apart, had she decided she wanted to get a divorce, she could not only hit him up for alimony, she had only been married to him for a short period of time. So it would be a little harder to get that good alimony, right? But you could devastate him if you make him responsible for the 3 kids that she had from a previous marriage. So I think that was all part of the cover. When she first came into the family, I understand why she was okay with coming in doing the whole sacred cow thing at the sacred cow seal, because you come in, you do the get the sacred, sealing or whatever, but it's not a legal marriage. If things don't work out, the show gets canceled after the first season. Everybody's outraged. You can say it's not working out, divorce, boom, bang, you walk out the door, you're done. So I think that was part of it. But again, I say that because I think that ultimately Robin is doing what I'm not even mad at her for doing it. Because she's going to do what she's going to do. And she's looking out for her kids. That's what she has to do. That's what she has to do. She's looking out for her kids. But it's on the other members of the family to stand up and say something. Christine was saying something. Go back and watch them early episodes. Christine was saying, she was screaming loud and clear that there's things she didn't want to do and participate in, as far as Robin coming into the family, as far as Kody going to spend a night at Robin's house, as far as how much time they were giving to Robin, how much money they were giving to Robin, how the money is being spent. Christine was saying stuff. Everybody else was sitting there trying to go along to get along. So, I mean, it is what it is. Let's see if Jules is back. Jules, what's going on? And no Jules. All right. I know we go kind of late, so might be some technical difficulties. I had a little issue earlier, but it is what it is. Kitty, 1838, good night. Good night. And I'm going to have to follow Kitty's good example. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. If you guys could give me a like, let me get some likes in. We had a bunch of people and the likes. Maybe you guys didn't like all the cussing, but it is what it is. I'm going to keep it all the way and stack with you guys. The crazy part about it is simply this. I feel like I'm in a weird place as far as the channel is concerned, just in the sense that I could sit here and I could, fluff and puff and all that stuff, some of the issues on Sister Wives, and pretend like it's not what it is, and try to be entertaining. I could do that. Or I could keep it all the way real and just tell you how I feel. And I choose to do the latter. So I want to tell you the way I see it, because I don't think that anything is gained. And this is one of the big things that I'm going to say moving forward with regard to a lot of this stuff. I don't think anything is gained by us sitting here pretending that this stuff is normal. Is we watch like Kody and the way he does a lot of these relationships, how he treats the people. This isn't unique to sister wives, right? This isn't unique to, Mary, Kody, Robin, Mary, Janelle, Christine, Robin, and Kody. It's not unique to them. We can watch people that live like this in our lives, daily lives. And if we sit there and pretend like it's normal for them, and we come up with all kinds of excuses for them and everything is okay for them, then how do we turn around and say to people in our lives who are being treated the same way that this is wrong? Like, this also goes back to like when I listen to Kody and his particular cycle of abuse, he uses the principle of Darvo, like I'll take the deny, attack, redirect, or at least reverse the victim and and the offender. So basically, he'll take and reverse his situation. He'll make it seem like they're abusing him and they're mistreating him, and they're doing all this stuff to him, and he's actually the victim and they're the offenders, and he didn't do anything, and they're the ones who are wrong. And he does all this in a way to make, like, some people are referring to it as gaslighting. It's really Darvo, but he'll do this in a way that it would be easy for us to try to pardon it and make excuses for it. But I don't want to make excuses for it. I want to call it out, so that way, it might take people time to see it. Like Mary, it sounds like she's starting to wake up to a lot of this stuff, and she's starting to see the stuff, and she's starting to see things closer to the way that a lot of us are seeing it, which is bully for her, awesome for her. But at the same time, we don't do her any service if we sit there and stay silent and just hope that she figures it out. Sometimes the way you figure it out is you repetitively hear people say that this isn't the way it should be treated. Much like when we talk about they grow up in this cultural issue, these cultural classes, these social situations where they're bad or their mindset is reinforced by their position in society or the culture that they grow up in. Here's the thing. We can use that same technique to try reinstilling, good attitudes, positive attitudes, self-motivation, self-independence, self-assuredness, self-confidence, those kind of things. So that's where I'm at. But I don't want to go on too long. I'm kind of prattling. I appreciate it. Sweden's in the house. What's up, Sweden? Hello, hello. That's not just across the pond. That's across the pond and up some mountains. We appreciate you guys hanging out. Let's give a big shout out to everybody in the chat holding me down. Also, we got to talk about Lizzie B holding it down, Caramel Cuties. I think Brittany was in here way earlier. I think she might have bounced out. But I want to give a big shout out to the moderators who are doing an excellent job in making sure that everything stays chill in the chat, which keeps the chat awesome, fun, and healthy for everybody else. Because while I'm doing my thing, they're a big help, big help. I can't express how big a help they are and how grateful I am for them. Because while I'm up here doing my thing and ranting and raving, going crazy, they're doing a lot of the work and going back and making sure that everything stays chill in the chat. So I really appreciate you guys and all the work that you do. So let me give you a little something for the chat and for the moderators. Hello. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I know it was a late night. I promised myself that it wasn't going to be that late. I was like, it's probably just going to be a short night tonight because not a whole lot happened. And then I went crazy. So an hour and a half later, I was like, what the hell happened? But I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you guys so much. If you were here this long, if you were here this late, make sure you give me that thumbs up. If you're part of the replay group, give me that thumbs up. Leave a comment down below. I read through the comments. I see your comments, and I appreciate them. Let me try Jules one more time. Jules? Okay, it didn't work out this time. Maybe next time. But I appreciate you guys sticking around. Appreciate you hanging out. Thank you guys so much. That's my take. I'm James. This has been My Take on Reality. And